10 o'clock. We're ready to start the second day of our conference. And now, according to our agenda, we have the fourth section that is called Tangible and Intangible Heritage of the Border of Nystad Treaty. In this section, we are planning to have 5 presentations. And the first speaker will be Yeni Merovo, a senior researcher, postgraduate student of the Institute of Karelia, University of Eastern Karelia in the city of Joensuu. Yeni, good morning, and I give the floor to you.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody from Joensuu, Finland. I wish I could have been there with you, and hopefully soon we can gather in the lovely Viborg again. I want to thank the organizing committee for organizing this wonderful conference in such situation, and thank you that I get to present my research here. My talk investigates the significance of the Russia-Swedish border change after 1721 in the long-term regional development of North Karelia under Swedish and later under the Russian rule. I focus on the territory of the present-day North Karelia, thus the northern part of the 17th century Kexholm county. It was separated from the rest of Karelia by the Peace Treaty of Nystad. And you can see the present-day North Karelia region here in my slide on red. Now today, the present-day the Peace Treaty of Nystad is celebrated as the birth of the province of North Karelia. Therefore, the year 2021 marks her 300th anniversary. Celebrating a birth of a regional entity, such as the province of North Karelia, raises a question of how is a province born? Which events and turning points were necessary in the birth of the province of North Karelia? I base this paper on an article by myself and Alina Kuusisto, which was published in a Finnish scientific journal, Faravit. We focus on the development of the province from 1721 until the late 19th century. My main sources here are the Swedish Diet of the Realm protocols and the early Finnish newspapers. Historical province is a complicated concept. Its function and meaning have changed throughout centuries. The definition of the province can be a part of a historical empire or state, an administrational agent for regional development, or an economic region. Sometimes the province meant the countryside, the rural community around towns, or the people of certain region who were not nobility. The uses of the meaning overlap and vary in time. Now, history is a significant part of building regional identities. Separate events bound together make a story about the past and about who we are. But in reality, the past is full of gaps and discontinuances that are not included in the great story. A province is seen as an entity with a beginning, development, and end, but actually it transforms geographically, symbolically, and institutionally throughout centuries, which makes timing of these 3 phases somewhat artificial. Traditionally, the birth of a region is seen in appearance of borders, administrational organization, or the name. Border markings and maps are considered as evidence that regions existed. Therefore, it has been natural to justify this regional history via Russia-Swedish border changes. The Treaty of Teusina in 1595 separated Karelia from Savonia. The Treaty of Stolbovo 1617 separated Kexholm from Russian Karelia, And the Treaty of Nystad in 1721 separated the northern Karelia from the Viborg region, making the borders, so to speak, completed from today's perspective, of course. Now, the Swedish state had only one Karelia within the realm. Evidently, Nystad affected a change where the northern Karelia was forced to turn away from Ladoga region and towards the west. And the Viborg Karelia was in the influence of Russia and St. Petersburg. However, can we say that North Karelia was born in 1721 if it was not even called North Karelia? In newer historical research, the birth of the province has been studied more in terms of self-definition. The book here, called Birth of the Province, dates the birth of North Karelia only in the 19th century. The modern provinces as economic regions and regions of identification were fully born only after the 19th century, only in the late 19th century, along with national development. The idea behind the collective identity of provinces is that our history dates back until the dawn of the days. In the national context, it has also had to meet the history of the state somehow. Karelia is the youngest of the medieval Finnish provinces, which were born to negotiate with the Catholic Church about the taxation. This built ground for the later power of the kings. Administrational development of the Swedish kingdom replaced the provinces eventually, but the provinces did not disappear. However, we must remember that today's North Karelia was not the medieval province of Karelia in Sweden. The province of Karelia meant the Viborg region. The two important symbols of this medieval province, the Swedish coat of arms with two raised hands and the name Karelia, were not originally about North Karelia in Sweden, because it was not even a Swedish region before the 17th century. However, the symbols attach today's North Karelia region to the early history of Finland, and that is why it is important. Now, between 1617 and 1721, the Kexholm county was a Swedish conquest. It had its own system in taxation, defense, and landowning. But after the Treaty of Nystad, the Swedish state integrated the remains of her Karelia into the core areas of the state. The former northern part of the Kexholm county became called the Swedish Karelia, and it was now included within the region of Finland also. The Karelians, now as proper subjects of the king, were also called to join the Swedish Diet of the Realm, Riksdag in Swedish. Most often this region was called the Swedish Karelia, which also reflected the understanding that there was another and much wider Karelia, Russian Karelia, across the border. In the 18th century, the Swedish Karelia was sometimes also called Northern Karelia, the northern part of Karelia, or even North Karelia. The names reflect the understanding of Karelia as a large region that reached across the state borders. Also, the Swedish Karelia was a reminder to the Swedes that Sweden once was a great power and a wide realm. But on the other hand, Karelia did not fit too well with the new idea of the Swedish state. In Riksdag, the peasants were fighting for their own local cases, but they also joined the pleas of the peasant estate, the peasants of the border regions, and the peasants of Finland. The Swedish Karelia peasants did not have a strong feeling of togetherness, but rather the province was scattered into several small centers. One of the problems was that there was no town in Swedish Karelia. The province made a common cause out of resistance, however. They resisted the implementation of the Swedish taxation system and the military file system. The whole province went behind these causes. The province wanted to maintain their old taxation system because it was lighter than the Swedish system. Also, their old defense system allowed Karelians only to defend their own region. But in the file system, it was for the whole realm. So we can see that the province already had a history. They had been the Kexholm county. In the Diet in Stockholm, the Karelians wanted to be Swedish and to bring their own concerns forward to the king and the estates. But they also wanted to avoid extra responsibilities. To defend their causes, the Swedish Karelians pled to the special circumstances of the province. Swedish Karelia was too unique to be standardized with the rest of the realm. For the rest of the Swedes, Karelia was peculiar and foreign. The Karelians wanted to maintain their trade contacts across the state border, which made the whole province weird and suspicious. Also, the small number of Greek Orthodox who still lived in Ilomantsi and Pielisjärvi seemed foreign to the Swedish. Once a Greek Orthodox was elected to represent the Swedish Karelia in the Diet, but he was declined since the system only recognized Lutheran peasants. The Swedish Diet of the realm discussed if the king should even trust these people with their Russian habits. The enlightened intelligentsia thought that the Swedish Lutheran virtues and respect affected in Swedish Karelia, so that they had already become as good as they could become. But still, the suspicious attitudes toward the Swedish Karelians remained until the end of the 18th century, although knowledge of the province was spread. In 1809, Russia seized Finland from Sweden, and in 1812, the Viborg county was integrated into the Grand Duchy of Finland. This meant that there were again several Karelias in Finland: the former Swedish Karelia, the Sortavala and Ladoga region, and the Viborg Karelia. The regional identities and self-definition started to sharpen. When the town of Joensuu was established in 1848, the province had better conditions to develop around it. The development was enhanced by the Saimaa Canal and the Pielisjoki Canal. In 1863, the Diet reorganized in the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the region got to send 4 representatives. When the first regional newspaper, Karjalatar, was established in 1874, the region's arena for public regional speech got wider. By 1870s, all requirements for building collective identities of the province existed, and the region wanted to separate from other Karelias and be as Finnish as possible. Since 1810s, the former Swedish Karelia had determinedly tried to separate from other Karelias. Until the 1860s, Karelia meant most often the former Swedish Karelia in Finnish newspapers. In newspapers, Joensuu was declared the capital of Karelia and the town of Karelians. The Viborg county was called Old Finland until the 1840s, but in the mid-century, there began to be more and more conceptual overlap. At first, North Karelia only meant the most northern parts of the Swedish Karelia, the old Swedish Karelia. But in the growing amount of newspaper articles, the whole region around Joensuu started to be called North Karelia. This meant that the concept of Karelia had changed and that the profile of North Karelia had developed as a common concept. The conceptual change can be seen especially in the context of economic, education, and history. North Karelians described their province as poor and distant region, but certainly most Finnish and full of potential. So, Peter the Great's line launched a far-reaching progress where the concept of Karelia grew separate from her previous historical context in the Kingdom of Sweden. It definitely was not the plan of the Swedes to lose regions in the Great Northern War, so we cannot say that the region was built as such. But Northern Karelia drew closer to the west and to the region of Finland starting from 1721. Still, from outside, it was historically and culturally foreign for a long time. Separating the Swedish Karelia as an individual region from the Keksholm county initiated a long-lasting division that became accentuated only after 1809. The regional development and the rise of the regional press enhanced the self-definition in comparison to other Karelias. But it was only in the late 19th century that the gradual development resulted in establishing North Karelia as the name of the region. In the end, I conclude that the Treaty of Nystad was significant in the development of the province, later known as North Karelia. But without some of the other previous and later developments, it might never have reached a level of such clear self-definition. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much indeed for an exceptionally interesting presentation, an expert's presentation. While listening to you, I kept thinking to what extent historic events dating back to the 17th and 18th century have impacted the developments of the 20th century. And I'd like to give the floor to Alexander Mikhailovich with a comment.
Sorry, I cannot hear.
I come from East Karelia.
Yes, thank you.
Dear colleagues, you have a chance now to ask questions of Yeni. Well, thank you very much. It has been really very interesting. And now we move over to the next speaker. I'd like to give the floor now to Yulia Kozhevnikova, candidate of history. She works for the Vodlozersky National Park with a presentation on census of monks in Olonets and Kargopol districts during Peter the Great's period. I do hope Yulia will get connected to us now. Just a small technical problem. Okay, here we are. We can see you, Mrs. Yulia, and can hear you. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. The title of my presentation is Census of Monks in Olonets and District during the Peter the Great's period. By the end of the first quarter of the 18th century, there were 28 monasteries within Olonets parish. They were scattered around the area of the monastery. The local monasteries did not stay away from the fundamental changes in the destinies of Russian monks. In my report, I will dwell on the first census that was conducted by order of Peter the Great in 1722. It was from that census that the attempts were made to put everything in order. Well, I have data on both nuns and monks from 10 small monasteries in the Olonets parish, 8 monasteries and 2 nunneries. I have used the materials of the state archives of the Novgorod region, and they were collected back in 1722. They contain unique personal information on the monks and nuns, including their names, age, status, and so on. Above all, these documents make it possible for us to assess the size of both monasteries and nunneries. The most highly populated were Paleostrovsky Monastery near Lake Onega, made of 41 persons, and the Mura Monastery on the eastern coast of Lake Onega with 20 monks. In other monasteries, the number of monks or nuns varied between 3 and 14 persons. For instance, in the Voznesensky monastery, there were 14 nuns. In the Devichi Brusnensky nunnery, there were 6 nuns. And finally, in Kedrinsky monastery, there were just 3 monks. A total of 113 monks and nuns were considered in 1722. As we know, starting from 1722, Peter the Great, for the first time in the history of monks and nuns, introduced a very strict age census for those who were eager to become monks or nuns. While studying the registers, we discovered that the average age was 58 years. Quite often they went to a monastery or nunnery by the time when their mundane earthly life was coming to an end. Well, there were 5 monks over 80 years old and 1 at the age of 93 years. Women, unlike men, started being nuns earlier. Their average age was 41 years. 14 nuns from a small parish in Voznesensk nunnery. 6 nuns were became nuns at the age of 18 to 30 years. In this way, they established age census for becoming monks and nuns corresponded to the existing practices. However, for two nunneries, the new legislation had adverse consequences and implications consequently. And most of the monks came from peasantry, 87% of the total number of monks. As far as the clerical position, monks, there were 8 persons, 7 men and 1 woman. They also know 4 persons said that they came from Posad, 3 men and 1 woman. It was a 40-year-old Avrami from Murom, from Zaraisk, 77-year-old monk German, then Paleostrovsky monk who was 73 years old, Yosef, and 61-year-old builder of Brusnensky nunnery, Nun Sophia. Only 2 monks came from the nobility, 1 man and 1 woman. Those were a 40-year-old monk Makari and a 53-year-old builder of the Voznesensky nunnery Agafia. According to the registers, most of the monks and nuns were born in the villages of Olenetsky parish, 99 persons out of a total of 113. One of the monks of Rubezhskaya monastery arrived there in 1719. Then Paleostrovsky monk, 70-year-old Nikander, was a peasant by origin, and both of them said that they were born in the Moscow parish, with a few exceptions. Monks and nuns remained in their original status for many years to come. And the money that they invested made it possible to peasants to have dwellings and food in the monasteries and nunneries. The registers only identified 9 cases when people became monks in the Novgorod parish. From Alexander Pustin, Marfa was taken from Voznesensky nunnery. In 4 cases, movements from one monastery or nunnery to another was due to the appointment of to the position of the head. This happened in Kedrinsk monastery, in Voznesensk nunnery, Luzhan-Dozersky monastery, and Brusnensky nunnery. The situation was catastrophic as far as the number of monks was concerned. In Paleostrovsky monastery, it was really disastrous. The monastery temples had various Jerome monks such as Feodosy in Vysokozhersky monastery, in Kadrinsky monastery, Jerome monk Manuel, and so on. In other smaller monasteries, they had simple monks heading them. Under the circumstances, it was difficult to find the heads of monasteries. For this purpose, many monasteries tried to get their leaders from parish churches. However, in nunneries, the regulations typical of the church were not violated. In the Brusninsky nunnery, the sisters confessed to their common spiritual father, Jeromank Lavrentius. According to the documents, we know a lot of details about the heads of monasteries. All of them had the position of builders, as they were called in the church. The builders of monasteries were at the age of 58 to 93. The Brustensky nunnery was led by nun Sofia from Novgorod. It is interesting that Mother Agafia became a nun at the age of 30 years. It was found out that the previous leader was dismissed. When a new candidacy was to be elected, there was a split of opinions. So finally it was Agafia who was elected. Speaking about the system of power, it didn't have a very sophisticated power system. The leader of the monastery was in charge of meal cooking, as well as the purchase of clothing and footwear. In the Murom monastery, in addition to the treasurer and cellar, they also mention monk Leonti, who kept parish books and with information on grain consumption. Up to date, the development of monastery life in the Olonets parish in the first quarter of the 18th century had not been properly studied. The materials that are preserved today contained a lot of valuable information. Both nunneries and monasteries were not quite big in size. And also we can see that many of them were not able to be very active, and they kept praying to God. For lack of Jerome monks in monasteries, the liturgy life was very slow there. Peter the Great was guided by his sound mind and rational philosophy of his time, and tried to improve the situation with Russian monks the best he could. However, the new regulations soon proved to be a drama for the smaller monasteries and nunneries of Olonets parish. Thank you very much, Yulia. If I understood you correctly, what was the reason for lack of of monks and nuns with clerical status? Was it because the monasteries and nuns were just like old age, elderly people, refugees? Well, as I understand, quite often it was important if the person was literate or not. Practically, all the monks and nuns said that they were illiterate. That's why the services were conducted only by literate monks and nuns. And what about sending priests there from other places? Was it because people were reluctant to move over? Well, Alexander Smirnitsky, who was quite important at the time, was also short of general monks, and there were lots of parishes, and the leaders of the church tried to get parish priests involved, but they had to go there every day.
So there is no connection. No one will be able to ask any questions. And now we pass on to the next presentation. And it's with great pleasure that I would like to give the floor to Marina Igorevna Petrova, Director of Gorky-Yok Local History Center of Petrozavodsk University. She is a postgraduate student. She will speak about Ilme village, 7 centuries at the border. Please take the floor. Good morning, dear participants of the conference. Allow me to present my presentation about Ilme village. I live not far from that village, in about 25 kilometers. And for a long time, our local history center has been studying this village and other villages in the Gorky-Yok region of Kirish Pagost. I will discuss one important place which was located at the border of Nystad Treaty. In my presentation, I will discuss the stability of the borderline in the area of Karelin village Ilme, and I will discuss the architectural monument of 1777, which is a symbol of Ilme village. My paper proceeds from the materials of the Russian-Swedish papers of the 15th and 17th century and cartographic materials that are kept in the archives of Russia, Finland, and Sweden. Ilme village is on the coast of Lake Aykyavy, along which the border of Richard's Peace Treaty of 1323 passed, a Tavson Peace Treaty of 1595, Nystad Treaty of 1721. At present, Ilme village is in the territory of Landech-Poch municipal region of the Republic of Karelia at the border with Finland. In written sources, the name of the village is recorded in different versions: Ilmeja, Ilmeja on Ilme River, Ilmes, Ilmis, Ilme. The toponym, or the name, goes back to the Baltic Finnish language group and means the upstream of the river. Really, Ilme village is at the source of Ilme River, which falls into the Gulf of Lake Ladoga. The length of the river is about 50 kilometers. A borderline in the area close to Ilme village goes back to the sources of drawing the first border between Russia and Sweden, determined by the terms of Reykjavik's Peace Treaty of 1323. During demarcation, they took into account the borders between pagosts, or church administrative units of medieval Karelia. Ilme village belonged to the Kiryaj pagost of Karelian land. The church and administrative division of Kiryaj pagost inherited the settlement structure based on trade and production type of economic activities in Novgorod land. Specialization of villages in the structure of pagost was divided based on the functions into several groups: production, trading, production, and servicing water dragging routes. Ilme village was on an important place of water dragging routes. So that is Ilme village, wherever. And yellow points show the reference points on water dragging routes that moved northwards and reached the White Sea. In the 14th century, Kiryaj Pagost had a broad network of communications which included two main trends: the route along the coastline of Lake Ladoga, and in the map you can see Lake Ladoga, and along the coast there was one route, and the inland water dragging network connecting Lake Ladoga with a Saima system of lakes with exit to the White Sea and northern Botany area. Watershed between Ladoga and Saima was an extensive ridge, Salpau silica, which formed as a result of long-term geological processes. The border of Reykjavik's Peace Treaty of 1323 intersected in the area of Ilme, shown here by a red dot, traditional merchant routes of Karelian land. Prior to Reykjavik Treaty, the route via the river system of Ilme River was used to reach Sava region. The description and mapping of the border area of Reykjavik's Peace Treaty passing through the area of Vilmi village was carried out by Finnish researcher Ivar Kempinen. In the 15th, 16th centuries, with development of trade with northern territories along water dragging routes, new villages appeared in the places of selling activities and reference points on dragging units and river crossings. A specific place in that system was taken by Ilme village in Ilme River, the crossroads of routes, and several villages that formed the chain along the lake system of Symbol, small and big Rautjärvi Lake, small and big Chiri Lake. The importance of Ilme village as a reference trade point is confirmed by the subdivision of land ownership within one village. Extensive land, please look at the map, which shows the villages of landowners of Grodin Pagost, that is the neighboring Pagost region, together with close to the Kirish Pagost, at the center of which was Karela town, and the villages are in the territory of Kiryaj Pagost, and they mark the direction of the water dragging route. In Ilme village, landowners of Grodin Pagost had their own separate courts. In the second map, you can see the so-called Chernakon villages. These are the villages that belonged to the Novgorod Archbishop. And again, along the water dragging route, there are villages that lead northwards. Among them, red dot shows Ilme village. All the village of Kiryash Pagost are grouped along Lake Ladoga, along Symbol lakes, and in the central part of the so-called Zalesye, or area beyond the forest. Ilme village had several houses that belonged to the central part of Kiryash Pagost, or Kiryash Perevara. The production type of economy was supplemented by a land use culture. In the book of 1571, mills were taken into account that were on the rapids of rivers and creeks. A mill in Ilme River is mentioned. Due to the borderline position, the village was often devastated. Thus, in the book of Skopetino 1500, there is a notice about the burnt villages Kochilakshe, Ilme, Ulyanina after the attacks of the Swedes. After concluding the Stolobov peace treaty in 1617, the border of Russia and Sweden moved far eastwards. After the administrative reform, the Kiryash Pagost was divided into 4 city administrative counties. You can see Ilme's village shown by a red dot in the new map of Krele by Andres Streng of 1640 from the National Archive of Sweden. You can see Ilmes village in the map by author of 1646, which is also kept at the National Archive of Sweden. After Nystad Treaty, the border in the area of Ilme again was drawn along the line of the Reykjavik Peace Treaty. Ilme has already become a borderline region, a borderline village. In the map of Nystad Treaty, you can see Ilme village, Lake Ilmesjärvi, River Ilmesjoki. After conquering Vyborg and Kexkolm in 1710, Peter the Great donated the first landowners ownership in Krele to his supporters. The first landowners in Kirish and Vitel Pogos were William Ivanovich Genin, Yakov Fedorovich Dolgorukov, Korneli Ivanovich Krus. After conclusion of Nystad Peace Treaty, the new Russian landowners participated in the life of both Orthodox and Lutheran church communities. The church in Ilme is the main memorable place of the ancient populated area. According to the national traditions, in place where the border turns of 1623, there was an Orthodox chapel in Vilna. The remains of its basement were preserved till the beginning of the 20th century, and in 1920s they were dismantled when the social institution was constructed. In 1726, Catherine the Same donated to Ilme village and the last to Russian Admiral Peter Ivanovich Sivers. The daughter of Sivers, Anna Constanze Sophia, in 1745 married Johann Abraham von Scott. And Ilme mansion became her possession. In 1760, Ilme passed to the son of Scott, Karl Josefovich. In 1777, Baron Scott built in Ilme a Lutheran church in the name of Saint Anne, which is preserved up to nowadays. In 1779, in Ilme, Anna Constanze Charlotte Scott was born and was baptized in the local church. Then it married Alexei Danilovich Kopyev, who received Ilme. In 1812, the mentioned Ilmen was acquired by the well-known Finnish nobleman and state figure Magnus Reinhold Armfelt. At the beginning of the 20th century, the mansion was repurchased by the local community, and the social institution was founded here. In 1999, by the efforts of Ilme community from Finland, repairs of the bell tower were conducted, which remained after the dilapidated church. Ilme community takes care of the cemetery of militants close to the church. In 2010, the hurricane that passed across Finland and Karelia affected Ilme village as well. The wind was so strong that on a large area, forest fell. After the hurricane, many trees were unrooted and many houses suffered. Sometime later, I visited Ilme village and was astonished by the consequences of that natural calamity. The church in Ilme, luckily, was intact. Only a part of the cross was broken on the bell tower, and around the century-old trees were unrooted. Around the church, work was carried out on cleaning the area from the fallen trees. A church in Ilme is a cultural value that needs preservation and restoration. According to the law of the Republic of Karelia, the church has the status of the monument of culture and is protected by the state. Ilme village is a memorable place and is worthy of attention. It is the boundary border of many peaceful treaties, including a Nystad treaty, and it is worthy of attention for further studies by the historians, archaeologists, and architects. Thank you for your attention. Marina Igorevna, thank you very much for your presentation. And is there a parish, a Lutheran parish of the church? I'd like to note that now the border passes just in this place that I have been discussing, and the Lutheran parish that formed initially during the Swedish time after Stalbov Treaty and then existed throughout many centuries. The Lutheran parish and community are now in the territory of Finland. The border passed through this village. That is a very complicated situation with the temple. When the parish is on the one side and the monument is just at the border, it is rather difficult to outline the territory of the monument to carry out the work on restoration. I think that is a specific case. The monument is a protected object. So the monument is a protected object according to the law of the Republic of Karelia. That is very interesting, Alexander Mikhailovich. First, I'm very happy that virtually you're present at the conference. We were expecting you in person. I have two questions. First, you mentioned late medieval term, perivara. As far as I understand, perivara, that is a family living on the hill. Is it the case or not? In Novgorod Pogos, in the territory of Karelian land, perivaras as communities were preserved in the territory of back Karelia that complies with the Northern Kexgol land of the Swedish period. And initially, perivaras were communities of families that paid taxes in a certain tax county. Later, during the Russian time, perivaras were exhibition communities. There was a main church of the Nativity of the Mother of God in Pagost, and there were some exhibition churches that combined the communities that had old genetic borders. So perivara is a church administrative formation. And one of the hypotheses about the name perivara is what you have mentioned, Alexander Mikhailovich. That is one of the hypotheses. There are about 13 or 14 explanations of the term.
And the second question now. You mentioned that the village had a Lutheran church. That's quite surprising to me, because it is commonly considered that over there they always had Orthodox churches, and yet there was a Lutheran church there. Yes, that's right. The process of conversion into Lutheran faith started at the end of the 17th century, and between 1617 and 1710, the Kexgolm land witnessed a process whereby Orthodox believers were converted into Lutheran faith. And there are well-known facts that were discovered and studied by Finnish research facts and some Russian historians that those converted Orthodox believers moved to inside Russia. In Kirushi, for instance, 90% of the Orthodox population at the end of the 18th century left the area of the Kirish churchyard. And the only example of an Orthodox community over there was the Tyrol Orthodox community. And after the completion of the Nystad peace, around 5% of Orthodox believers were retained. That is to say, they had both Lutheran and Orthodox parishes there in North Karelia, which means that naturally Orthodox parishes did help Lutheran communities and when it was decided to build a brick church for Yanaks, Count Vorontsov donated a large amount of money for the construction of a Lutheran church. So it was quite a common phenomenon. If my understanding is correct, those who were given land, some of them were Lutherans who were serving to the Russian masters. So the life of the local community depended on the landlords. There were various cases. I have just mentioned Count Vorontsov, who was an Orthodox believer, and yet he donated a lot of money for Lutheran Church. Thank you very much, Mrs. Marina. It has been quite interesting to listen to you because you can find the sea through a drop of water. Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Pashkov, because you are my academic leader and curator. Thank you very much for all the assistance and help. Now let us move over to the next presentation. So we are moving to Kexholm from Kirkiyoki, and I'd like to give the floor to Lubov Dmitrieva, Chief Custodian of the Karela Museum Fortress, Priozorsk Branch Office of the Museum Agency of the Leningrad region. Well, Mrs. Lubov, I give you the floor for your presentation on monuments of the Peter the Great's period in the collection of Karela. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can both hear you and see you. Good morning, everybody. Our museum was opened in 1961. It took quite a time to make it happen. Almost immediately after this area was inhabited by Russians, it was decided to create a museum there. So the purpose was to tell its story to the people inhabiting the area, and by that time a significant part of the Karelian Isthmus became part of the Soviet Union, and it was decided that in order to gather exhibits, the kind of task force was created, and the specialist who manned that group applied to St. Petersburg's museum. That's why we do have exhibits dating back to the 18th century. And I should say that one of the key characters in our collection is Peter the Great. Peter the Great was the person who got that land back for Russia. We know that in 1710, during the Northern War, Peter the Great went to Kexholm, that was an island-based fortress, was returned to Russia, and that event was then reflected in various paintings of the time, and most importantly, oh yes, now I can see it here. The key exhibit that we have from Peter's collection, certainly it was a kind of spontaneous finding, and not because we really meant to have exactly this gate, but I believe that the Peter's Gate is our key exhibit, and he wanted to visit, Peter the Great wanted to visit the Kaxgalm fortress, so he went to visit it in September of 1710. A small house, a small log cabin was built for him. Certainly it has not been retained up to date, but for some time in the past it did exist, and they used to call it the Tsar's quarters. And therefore Peter the Great stayed there for several days. And so one morning he discovered the heaps of trophy arms that were taken from the Swedes. So by Peter's order, the Russian soldiers pressed the arms to make a gate. Initially, the gate was used at our fortress and in a nearby fortress, but I need to elaborate that our Korela fortress was built on an island. Next to it was another island which was 4 times bigger than ours. That fortress was built by the Swedish in the 17th century, and it looked like a bastion. So the gates were used by both fortresses. The two fortresses were connected by a bridge, by a wooden bridge, which has not been retained up to date. Today, only one gate exists, but just several decades back there was its counterpart at the nearby island. Nowadays the island belongs to the military. They have their spa center there. So at some point in time, this gate was moved to the round tower. For the first time, this gate was mentioned in printed sources in 1801. It was published by Yakov Grot, who traveled along Lake Ladoga, so he visited it and he found the gate that was decorated with ancient Swedish armaments, and for a long time it has been discussed that the gate badly needs restoration. In 2017, they finally started doing something concrete about it. A St. Petersburg-based company came to visit us, and they found out that the gate was made out of wood that was covered with iron sheets, with nails, etc., and the coating was made of Swedish armaments, and there were 37 parts on the left part of the gate and 44 on the right part. Unfortunately, the restoration project has not started yet, and we're not sure whether it will be launched. The second exhibit that we keep is also related to Peter the Great. There is a brochure that was published by a historian of Catholic regiment in 1805. Kaxgalm regiment, in 1705, Kaxgalm regiment was founded by order of Peter the Great, and that's why the servicemen of the regiment always called Peter the Great their father. And so a brochure was published twice. We keep the publication dating back to 1906, and it tells the story of the regiment quite briefly. And possibly I need to show it to you. This is a poster. It is also called the Kexgolm's Glory, and it also tells the story from the brochure. And as you can see, well, this is a genuine poster that was made in 1905. And here you can see Peter the Great just in the at the central point, and the history of the regiment formation is described here. Even though the regiment was based in Warsaw, in Poland, Boris Agamovich as the leader of the regiment, and in 1710 they visited it when this area was returned to Russia. Another object that we have in our stock, this is the brochure that I have just described. The next one is a jar. This jar, as we believed, was made to commemorate Peter's victory at the Karelian Isthmus, but we found out that in fact it was made in 1910 at the Revel factory. It was made out of tin, and on the reverse side you can see, even though our mug was a little bit destroyed by time, we received it from an inhabitant of Priozorsk. Our collection, in fact, was gathered like that. We practically don't have. We almost have no exhibits that we have bought. They have almost all of them have been donated to us. So this mug was made on the occasion of 200th anniversary of the unification of Livland to Russia. That is to say, Livland included today's Latvia and Estonia. There were a lot of commemorative events on that occasion. And surprising as it can be, this mark has been retained. One more thing that I could mention is this one. This is a miniature copy from a painting by Alexander Kotzebue, a famous Russian military battle painter. It is really one of the best things from our collection. In the 20th century, there was a factory in Leningrad that produced various decorative artworks, and at that time it was decided to improve the displays of museums, and that factory, that decorative factory, had very good artists working for it. We know that the one that the miniature that we have was made by one of the artists who worked at the factory, and so he made it. We can see here Peter the Great, or just ready to get engaged in the battle, the taking of Narva in 1704. So they used copies of medallions made by Tolstoy, though had been devoted to the Northern War. They were made using plastic arts by Yuri Tukhanov. He was a well-known personality. Later, he was given the title of honorary citizen of St. Petersburg. Unfortunately, he is not alive anymore. So they made quite big details of this event, and one of them is devoted to the taking of Kexgolm. So it shows a panoramic view of the battle. We know how it was taken in 1710. The casualties were not too big, and that was done by order of Peter the Great. Here it is, the taking of Kexgolm in 1710. They were quite important for us. They are quite important for us. Roman Bruce, the first commandant of the Peter and Paul fortress, was given the order to take the fortress of Kexgolm without too many casualties. So for 2.5 months, the Russian artillery kept bombarding the fortress, and after that time, the Swedish raised a white flag. And this episode is shown in this medallion. You can see here the Russians attacking the Swedish defenders and the Swedish leaving the fortress.
Bombs are falling, and it is written that the Russian bomb has found its place in Kexgolm. So that was a very important event. And the next, that is a real medal by 200th anniversary of Kexgolm Regiment. It was made, and on one side, we just cannot see it now. There are profiles of two emperors, Peter the Great, Nicholas II, and the dates are given 1710 and 1910. And at the reverse side, there is an image of attack on Kexgolm in 1710. This is a small medal. That is a table medal. It is much smaller than this image on the screen. So this is the medal. We have two medals that are presented in our showcases, and both sides are shown. So there are two emperors, Peter the Great and Nicholas II, and at the back, next slide please. So the reverse side of the medal. This is a panorama of the battle for Kexgolm fortress, and it is written that there is a shadow of Great Peter. There is an inscription around the circle. There is a shadow of the name of Peter the Great. So we can really think that close to our fortress there is a shadow of Peter the Great who is present. Peter is present here, both visibly and invisibly. Please then show the next slide. And the sculptural portrait of Peter the Great also appeared at the same time. These are the 80s. It was made by the well-known Petersburg sculptor Vladimir Evgenievich Gorevoy. And the history of its appearance is as follows. That is an image of Peter the Great made by the sculptor for us. He was just a young person who graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts. Afterwards, he became quite famous. So he made that sculptural portrait. You can see that Peter the Great is sitting. After the change of the exhibition in 2014, it was placed here. It is on the windowsill. Since the 1980s, it has been permanently displayed at our exhibition. And the next portrait of Peter the Great, also made by Vladimir Gorevoy, that is a schematic image of Peter the Great. It is similar to the monument which we have in our city. Unfortunately, I don't have any slides showing that monument. There was such a story at the end of the 19th century, 1998, when the officers from the regiment came here. There were 3 officers. Boris Adamovich was the main one. They walked along the city, went to the fortress, and afterwards he wrote that nothing in that city reminded you about the great victory and the great emperor. That was a quiet and sleepy city. And then they came to the regiment, and it was decided by the 20th anniversary of Peter the Great's victory in Karelian Isthmus to build a monument to Peter the Great. And that monument was made. It was brought in 1910 and mounted here. It was mounted in an unusual place in the altar part of the temple, the main temple of Prezersk, Kekskol. Now that is a temple of the Nativity of Our Lady, and the temple was built in 1847, and there the monument is standing. Then the revolutionary events started 1918, and the monument was moved away. The bust was taken off, and the pedestal remained. And the pedestal jet remained, so to say, beheaded. In 1960s of the 20th century, a young person came to the city. He was a carver. He carved wood and bones. His name was Boris Karagodov. He became interested in it, and he went to the Academy of Fine Arts, where he looked and found something and made an image of Peter the Great. That was a gypsum sculpture that didn't persist long. In the 70s of the 20th century, that bronze sculpture, bronze bust, was made by Vladimir Gorevoy, and that portrait, which you see, is quite similar to the portrait that was made by him for our city. And now it is displayed in the same place, and there is another image from a different viewpoint. He has a kerchief, and his hair shows a romantic image. Will you please show the next slide? Lyubov Vasilieva, you have no time left. Okay, then. I have 2 slides left, but if that's all. Okay, thank you. Любовь Васильевна, thank you very much for your presentation. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Peter's museum collections are quite interesting always for us because some things coincide, some things are quite unique, and it even takes your breath away when I see that a door covered by armor, which some travelers said that they are also found in Viborg, and there is a misunderstanding. And I would like the restoration to reach that unique object, and we'll see the door to in the conserved and restored form. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Alexandrovna Telekhanova, candidate of Historical Sciences, senior teacher of History Institute of St. Petersburg University, research worker historical museum complex in Razlieve. She will speak about tricentennial of the foundation of Sestroretsk factory. When the construction of Alanetsk works developed actively, Peter the Great, coming to Cortland in 1714, noted the banks of Sestra River. He liked the forest and convenient location for building a factory. He often visited the construction that developed quite quickly, and on January 27, 1724, the factory started its work. The factory started producing different types of ammunition for the army and navy, fuses, swords, musketoons, pistols, dirks, and broadswords. Sestroretsk Arms Factory is one of the 5 large state companies producing cold arms in Russia. However, the production of cold arms was in small numbers and mainly to special orders. From the first day of the work, the leading role in production was played by the Russian armorers, not by the foreigners. Practically immediately after the start of construction in 1722, the Chancellery of the Synod started solving the problem about construction of a wooden church at the factory. However, the construction was delayed, and the church was built and sanctified only under Catherine I in 1725 in order of Apostles Peter and Paul. Also Peter and Paul's Cathedral. Thus, around the factory, a settlement formed that became the basis for the future city. The factory became a town-forming enterprise, and during the first years it was mentioned in the sources under different names: iron, arms, water factory. After the death of Peter the Great, the high prime cost of the factory determined the attitude of the new government to it. The treasury gave money only for production. The repairs had to be made at the expense of the factory. Production of guns reduced significantly. The equipment was outdated. The products were of low quality, and in 1734, Senate asked the manager of Iranian works, Genin, to investigate Sestroretsk. Genin presented a report on the necessity of transformations, and in 1735 he was nominated director of the factory. In the 40s, Sestroretsk factory started producing weapons. There was a second base for production of small arms after Tula works. In the 16th of the 18th century, the war created different articles for the Tsarskoye Selo. In addition to weapons, he also produced different products to different state orders. And from 1766, it was mainly producing cold arms and repair of old arms. In 1766, Catherine II gave the farm Lachter to Count Orlov. Therefore, the factory was deprived of most forests and peasants. In 1777, Chernyorechynsk factories, which smelted cast iron and steel, were donated to Count Potemkin. Now these necessary components had to be procured away from Sestroretsk. In the second half of the 18th century, new weapons were almost not produced. The factory mainly restored the old weapons. Production of the new weapons due to long-term delivery of metals and fuel was much more expensive than a Tula factory. However, from 1786, they started production of guns for the Baltic Navy, but the cost was slow and in small amounts. From the beginning of the 19th century, Sestroretsk factory, despite the production of some small arms from the 18th century, was mainly repairing and continuing production of cold arms, cutters and picks, as page-by swords, sabers, boarding back swords, and so on, and daggers. However, at the beginning of the 19th century, to increase the amount of firearms and to increase its quality, it was decided to unload Sestroretsk factory from production of cold arms. And this was a very difficult period in the history of the factory. Production level decreased. In 1835, a special committee was formed on development of the provisions on the arms factories. And these provisions also didn't improve the condition of the factory. Beskrovy scientists who studied Sestroretsk factory wrote that at the factory during 10 years, 116,627 guns were production. That is a low number. After defeat of Russia in the Crimean War, it became obvious that we need to have rifled weapons. Military minister thought that this task could be implemented by transferring the state factories to leasing. The first request on leasing Sestroretsk factory was received from the Belgians Fallis treatment. The Commission was against. At the same time, there were militant reforms, and for using the labor, the free people, we needed private capital, but they didn't want to give away the factories to private individuals, so it was decided to provide arms factories as a lease to their commanders. The military department preserved their right of property for them. And as for Sestroretsk factory, an agreement was signed in 1864 with Colonel Lilienfeld for 5 years. The reform of 1861 caused the necessity of liquidation the mandatory labor at military factories. However, it was not immediate, and in Sestroretsk that happened only in 1865. The end of the 60s of the 19th century was particularly difficult for the arms factories in different production. One system was implemented and then it was reduced by another one. In 1897, they used Mosin's rifle and the plant started preparation for its production. From 1894, the head of the factory was Mosin, who with his own funds started to transform the factory. From 1899, the factory started producing the instruments for military industry. So in addition to weapons, it also produced different instruments for the Army and Navy. The factory became the largest company in that field. And the basis for the main works on creation of the automatic gun was Sestrorezsk factory. Starting with design of that gun, the activity of Fedoryv, Tokarev, and Degtyaryov started. Due to Mosin at the factory, there appeared electricity, which improved the production. Trying to deprive most of the armorers from unemployment, Mosin made it possible to fulfill the task of the artillery department. They also wanted to set up an artisan school. The theme of education was not new because even in the 18th century, the children of masters visited the school and were educated in literacy and different professions. So during Peter's time, there was school for the children because the work at the factory presupposed a certain knowledge. You can use rulers and so on. So in Sestrorezsk, education always existed in a certain form. In the late 19th, earlier 20th century, the rearmament of the army was completed. Arms factories in Sestrorezsk received less and less orders for production of arms, and the factory specialized in production of the instruments for military industry. Only the beginning of the 20th century war affected the character of the works, and they also started producing arms. Throughout its history, Sestrorezsk works served motherland. Orders were also performed not associated with munitions. I have mentioned that during Catherine period for Tsarskaya Selo, they produced some objects. These were gratings and railings and canapé and benches. Weights or scales ordered by Lomonosov in 1747, analytical scales. Repair works were conducted to restore the large globe of the Kunstkammer after the Great Fire, and they also performed that work. Books for.
And also, one of the first orders was placed with it that did not have anything to do with arms, was the metal railings for the palace of Alexander Menshikov in St. Petersburg. And in addition, the factory was always quite active when it came to various reforms, not necessarily military reforms, starting from 1797. Copper factory was established there, and then they started striking coins there. It means that throughout its history, the factory witnessed quite hard times sometimes, and it so happens that they always thought about the factory when a war began. The history and culture complex in Razliv that started working on a very challenging project this year, dealing with the construction of the chronograph of Sestoretsk, is very important. This project was initiated by Boris Rivkin, an honorary citizen of Sestoretsk. Unfortunately, he died this year. He died after having been ill, but what he had done was really quite a big effort. So the idea was conceived by Boris Rivkin, and it is for us now to develop this idea, and certainly we owe a lot to the factory that was the key industrial enterprise in the city for a long time. That's why we will be happy to welcome any initiative, any suggestion that may have anything to do with the history of the factory and Sestores, because this history is quite ancient, as you understand. And that's why, and up to date, up to modern times, because today the factory is not operating. However, it is still there in its place. I mean, the buildings of the factory are there, and certainly it has quite an astonishing history, and it was so important for the whole northwest Russia in its time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much indeed, Alexandra. Unfortunately, it's impossible to speak to you in person now, because what we have just listened to was a tape recording. However, what our colleagues from Sestoretsk have started is a very important endeavor. And now the work of our panel 4 is over, and we are going to break for a short time now, and we'll be back to this room by midday. 12 sharp. Now, please have your tea or coffee. Shall we start, colleagues? Well, we are starting our fifth panel now. The title of this panel is Transboundary Context, Local Population in War and Peace. As one of the organizers of this conference, I was quite hopeful that it would be a great success. However, not too many presentations are going to be made. Yet I do hope that our Finnish colleagues will make it quite exciting. So I'd like to give the floor now to Dr. Kasper Kepsu, researcher of the Abo Academy University Turku, with a presentation, The Merchants of Neon as Refugees and Settlers, 1700-1723.
Thank you. I'm honored to speak in this conference and unfortunately can't be there in Viipuri today, but I hope to visit the castle some other time later. During the Great Northern War, the Swedish town Nyen, located in the same place that St. Petersburg is located today, was conquered by Russian troops in 1703. The burghers of the town fled the war to different coastal towns in the northeastern Baltic Sea region. In this presentation, I will focus on the merchant elite of Nyen as refugees and settlers in the Baltic Sea region, both during the war and after the Treaty of Nystad. An important question is how forced migration, not only voluntary, influenced commercial networks and development in the Baltic region. Before the war, Nyen had an important position in the Swedish commercial and military strategy. Here in these pictures you can see the fortress of Nyen Skans. In the last decades of the 17th century, the town emerged to one of the leading centers of the transit trade between Russia and Western Europe. The economic boom in Nyen, as well as in Narva, was based on timber export. With the help of Dutch capital and professionals, new fine blade sawmills and also shipyards were established, and the shipping increased strongly. Every year, approximately 100 ships loaded with shipbuilding material sailed from the port of Nyen to Amsterdam, Lübeck, and Stockholm. Here you can see some numbers on the increase of timber exports. Since Nyen was a border town inhabited by different ethnic groups, there were a lot of German, Swedish, Dutch, British, Russian, Karelian, and Finnish burghers and traders in the town. The most powerful burghers were of German or Baltic German descent and closely tied together by marriages. In 1703, when Nyen and the fortress of Nyen Skans were destroyed, the merchants were in quite a vulnerable position. However, their extensive transnational networks and commercial competence were intact, and that helped them to survive war conditions. After the fall of Nyen, sometimes in some cases even before the fall in 1703, most of the burghers fled to Viborg, and some also to Helsingfors or Helsinki, and later to Stockholm. Pretty soon, a refugee network started to develop all the way from Viborg in the east to Stockholm in the west. Some of the former burghers from Nyen quite quickly reached important positions in the new towns, in particular in Viborg and Helsingfors. They boosted trade and the establishment of sawmills, but also supported the Swedish crown in organizing supply for the army and navy during the war. During the first years in Viborg, the refugee merchants from Nyen focused on trade. Until around 1708, merchant ships could sail quite safely in the Baltic Sea, since the Swedish fleet still controlled the Gulf of Finland. As the Great Northern War went on, difficulties in trade became more evident. Consequently, the refugee merchants found a business possibility in financing and supplying military units and fortifications works, especially fortification in Viborg. The most prominent of these merchants was Johan Henrik Frisius. He had access to the credit markets in Amsterdam and Hamburg, and became an important income source for the Swedish army and navy during the war. Altogether, the Nyen burghers played an important role from 1708 to 1714 in financing and supplying military units in Finland, which tried to prevent a Russian invasion of the area. After the surrender of Viborg in 1710, some of the Nyen merchants in Viborg were captivated, but later settled there, and quite many families with a background in Nyen, such as Lado or Jenisch, became essential for the rebuilding of the city after the treaty and the commercial development in Viborg after the war. Other merchants moved to Helsingfors, some already in 1703 and some after the fall of Viborg. And in Helsingfors, they formed a refugee elite and continued to supply and finance the army. The connection between the Nyen network and the armed forces was strengthened by the fact that many former Nyen merchants were commissaries in the army's supply system, in particular Frisius. In fact, it is fair to say that the supply of the army and navy units in Finland was privatized to Frisius, while other former Nyen merchants were took part of the operation. When Helsingfors was conquered in 1713, most of the refugee merchants fled onwards to Stockholm. In 1714, most parts of Finland was occupied by Russian troops. A quite large refugee community from Nyen resided in the Swedish capital to the end of the war. The refugees there constituted a tight network, reinforced by new marriages within the group. After the war, some families stayed in Stockholm while others settled in coastal towns in Finland. Many of the refugee merchants settled in Fredrikshamn, or Hamina in Finnish. After the Treaty of Nystad, Fredrikshamn became the new Swedish center for Russian transit trade, a kind of a new Viborg in Sweden. Quite a few of these merchants were recruited to Fredrikshamn by Johan Henrik Frisius, now ennobled Friesenheim, because he was appointed governor for Nystad and Kymenegård County in the southeastern Finland. The former merchants from Nyen were deeply involved in establishing fine blade sawmills in the Fredrikshamn hinterland, both in the hinterlands of Fredrikshamn and also Viborg. Roughly half of the sawmills were actually founded and owned by merchants with a background in Nyen. So to sum up, it seems that the Nyenburgers integrated well in their new hometowns, at least the elite merchant families. They contributed quite strongly to the economic development on both sides of the new border from 1721, in particular regarding timber export, establishing sawmills and shipping. Interestingly, their network remained in function, at least until the outbreak of the Russia-Swedish War in 1741. At that point, most of the merchants with a background in Nyen were already dead. And can say that, as earlier Richard has pointed out, migration and settlement of overseas merchants played an important role in the development of commercial networks in the Baltic Sea area. Of course, it was a common strategy for German merchant families to extend their commercial networks by sending family members to different cities. But during wartime, however, not only this kind of voluntary migration had an impact on networks, but also forced migration was important for the economic development. And finally, I can show some articles and books if you are interested on the theme, a few hints for further reading. Thank you.
I also have a question. Dear Kasper, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, and everything is quite clear, but we have several questions, and we can see that your presentation is based on the state archives in Helsinki and Stockholm. I have a question. Since you worked with a lot of documents and the documents concerning several families, I thank you for the presentation, because my presentation will carry on your theme. And you mentioned several families, Janis and Lado, two Viborg families. Did you see any documents about the family of Matthias Pulze, also a German merchant who moved to Viborg?
Did you say Pölke or Pölk? Did I understand you correctly?
Pulse.
Pylse. Okay, yeah, yes, that's. I also know that family, and yes, I have met this merchant also, and he was, if I remember right, also active in the establishing sawmills.
Thank you. In my presentation, there will be a continuation related to pulse and sawmills. Alexander Mikhailovich.
I want to ask, what was the total population of Nien before 1703?
Yes, it is estimated that there were some 2,000, maybe up to 3,000 inhabitants in Nyen, and also the fortress consisted of maybe about a couple of hundred soldiers. So it was kind of a mid-sized town, or not as big as Viborg, but close to it.
Thank you. And one remark may be more interesting for Russian participants. And I say in Russian.
In the Russian sources of the late 17th century, Nyenshans is sometimes called Nevagrad.
In Russian sources.
Okay, that was interesting fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Каспер, большое спасибо за ваш доклад.
Thank you very much, Kasper, for your presentation, and best regards to our academy. We hope that our cooperation in future will be more intensified, and there was a request for our students to our museum for practice. Unfortunately, the COVID didn't allow it, and when it will be possible, we'll be happy to welcome you at Viborg Castle. And the next speaker, also from Finland, from the same Oba Academy, that is Markus Lepela, doctoral student of Oba Academy, and the researcher of a maritime museum in Kotke on the project Rochim's Anna. We got acquainted with Markus there. The colleagues invited us to that project. Now it is continued at our museum, and Markus today will make a presentation on historical memory about Peter the Great Seer in northwestern Russia and Finland, 2021. Please.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Do you hear me? Okay, not long. Hello, can you hear me now? Let's see. Yes, you hear me. Good. Okay, we'll proceed. Yeah. So thank you for giving the opportunity to present some of the things I've been working with recently. I also want to thank Kymenlaakso Museum, who asked me to represent the Maritime Center in Kotka-Vellamo in this capacity. And now, if it's okay with you, I would like to share it from my computer, this presentation. I think that would work out best. Okay.
Yes, it is possible.
Yes, do you see it now?
Yes.
Good. Okay, I'll proceed. So anyway, this presentation, I hope this presentation will add to many interesting presentations I've had the honor of following during this conference. Now we are proceeding to look at this topic from a maritime perspective and what we have and some aspects regarding that, which I would like to present to the audience. So, as in 1721, as the whole theme of this conference is, it's connected with Treaty of Nystad and how this reshaped the border between Russia and Sweden and opened up a new era for both conflict as well as neighborly relationships to Russia. But anyway, so Sweden did lose considerable territories in the east, but the big thing which is really visible in along the maritime regions of Finland, especially, is the way the maritime as Peter I was innovative in a way that he was the first emperor who actually made Russia a naval empire. And that changed a lot of dynamics in war and conflict. And this made the sea and the shore regions and naval regions of Northern Baltics a new battlefront. And I want to discuss this topic and as well see what we have preserved from that era in form of cultural heritage. And in this time, Åbo, during the what we call the Great Rough in Finland, or the Great Nordic War, Åbo, or Turku in Finnish, was the was used as a base of operations for the Russian fleet, which was essentially a galley fleet at this time. And they were launching a lot of operations towards the Swedish coast all through this conflict. The Russian galley fleet was specially designed to operate within the confines of the Finnish archipelago, and this is made evident because we have lots of traces from this era on different islands all across the coastal regions of Finland, and even further out west, even in Åland and Sweden. And they are especially marked, these harbor sites, by the presence of stone cairns, which were erected by the Russian fleet to serve as baking ovens. And this is the type of structure which does not really appear before the 18th century. And it's connected directly with the Russian naval campaigns. And there's a picture of one from Korpo-Kugvik in southwestern Finland, very typical type of what we call a Russian oven. So the Russian army fleet or galley fleet had a different way of provisioning the fleet than the Swedish had, because the Swedish counterparts did not really stock that much bread, and if they had bread, it was something that they had ready made, typically dry bread. Whereas the Russian army fleet was very concerned about actually baking the bread during the campaigns, which is really an arduous task, but that's very typical of the Russian naval functions. The Swedish fleets did not do this. So this is typically the way the Russian fleet would operate. And they were, as we said, these were primitive ovens, and they do vary in capacity and shape. But the idea is that the oven was constructed and there was a fire kept inside the oven for a while, so the rocks would get warm, and then you can use it as an oven once the stones are hot. And they were built without mortar, so just by stacking. And as I briefly mentioned, these are found all across the Northern Baltic, as far west to the Stockholm archipelago, and even further up north to the Norrland coast of Sweden and Österbotten in Finland. And typically these are also found in a context of several ovens, that they are not, it's rare to find just a single oven. Most finds there are might be groups of 10, 20, 40, or even 100 in one cluster. So that's also very typical of this type of stone constructions. And these are a bit difficult also to find in the terrain, and I will proceed later on showing a few pictures so you get an idea of how difficult they might sometimes be to identify. But we do know that we have about 1,000 of these remaining along this area of the Baltic, at least, and many are not accounted for. Only about, I would guess, maybe 70% would be an estimate of how many we have actually accounted for and been note of. This is a map of just using the sources of the Finnish National Board of Antiquities, and those flags indicate sites which have been recorded with what we would call Russian ovens. And as you see on this map, they are most frequently found along the coast, but there are also ovens believed to be found inland in Finland on different sites, which indicate that it's the baking of bread would be something that was done also by the army while being marching inland. But for the most part, these are very typically a maritime type of occurrence. And most intensively, you can see the flags are placed around the southwestern corner of Finland. There are the highest concentration of this type of remains. It needs to be it's important to consider the fact that these ovens were not just being built during the first large conflict of the 18th century, the Great Northern War, but also in later conflicts between Sweden and Russia. And you can see here we have some of these sites are confirmed by historical accounts, and we can therefore hold on. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah. Anyway, as you can see, these sites have been marked with dates like Föglö 1720, Kuggviken at Korpo 1721, Korpoström also at Korpo 1743. So 1743 is the War of the Hats, which was different conflict in the 18th century. And also far in the right corner, we have Kotka and Kuutsalo, where we have a Russian ovens dating back to the first Battle of Svensksund, which is the latest conflict of the 18th century. So the last of these Russian ovens in Finland, we have figured we believe were built in the 1808-1809 war, which is the Finnish war, and Russians, and so we have a problem here, given that this type of sites have a very large temporal width to them. So that's obviously an issue if we would like to study a certain sites first, because it's sometimes difficult to place them in a temporal perspective, because you can't necessarily know if it's the site you are visiting, if it's from the first like the Great Northern War, or if it's from the War of the Hats. So that is obviously a bit of a problem. And also there's been very little research done on this topic, at least trying to put this in a broader context in where you would actually try to work and find out how these in certain sites, how there's certain sites, the history behind them when they had, for instance, been erected and so on. And they are very interesting in a way because they are a tangible indication of places of anchorage and important guard points which were used by the Russian galley fleet during these conflicts. And there is also a direct link between the number and the scale of these ovens. So because they indicate the size and the strength of the fleet which used the site at that time. So there are things that could be opened up by further studying this. Here's just a quick example from Corpo regarding this topic with the piece at Nystad. So we do know that the later part of 1721, during the summer, the Russians had initiated a large campaign focused on the coast of northern Sweden, just trying to push the Swedes to resign the peace treaty. And furthermore, they also had a separate fleet of 300 Russian galleys in Åland, which were also used as a leverage to press the matter, because they were threatening of launching an attack at Stockholm unless the treaty was signed. And also a separate detachment of these 300 galleys were also at the time at Corpo. And as the treaty was signed, the preliminary treaty was signed on the 30th of August, according to Swedish dates. We know that the fleet commander Fyodor Apraksin had left for Corpo Island in person on board the galley Fiera to oversee the return of the Russian fleet there to St. Petersburg. So that's a very interesting and valuable information when you are thinking about this site in particular. And in this case, I'm sorry about the map. It's because these stone cairns are relatively small and relatively well, packed in one place with each other. Then it's obviously when you are zooming out on a map, everything just gets piled up on top of each other. But what you can take home from this map is that this is actually a schematic from the Corpo Island, and those blue plugs there or blue markers are previously known sites of archaeological importance, and all the Russian ovens have been marked with a logo which looks like a oven or a barbecue. And the red ones are new discoveries which were done at a later date by me. But this just indicates that even if you have like an archaeological like an archaeologist has done fieldwork in an area and found Russian ovens, there are still often many ovens that are not discovered because they are so hard to spot because of vegetation and other things. So this is a reason why I also believe that we have a lot of ovens still to be discovered. Furthermore, please note that you can see the red line there, which goes to the right. The red line is a old road which leads to the Corpo village church, and the village church is dot on the end of the red line, and that just indicates that these Russian ovens were in the middle of the Corpo main village itself. So obviously for the people that were still living in the village during this conflict. It must have been a very dominating effect of having Russian troops of thousands living or staying in the. So here's a picture from the northern part of Corfu Island. Just behind, when I took this picture, just behind me there were several Russian ovens, and you can see that most cases they are directly at the place of anchorage. There's been a good place for the galleys to set ashore, and also there's a good view. Here you can see it opens up to the north towards the Airisto, which is an important stretch of water used a shipping line to Turku itself. So that's very typical that these were placed in points where you could command good sight of it. Here's a picture from one Russian oven, which is on private property, and it is a very also very typical that many of these Russian ovens are directly in connection with modern houses or summer cottages. So many have been destroyed by later building, or they are just next or adjacent to houses. So they are there are lots of these on private properties, which also makes it difficult sometimes to find them, because obviously you won't walk on people's yards and look for them. But this is just a good case study of where these are placed in the archipelago. And there's a nice painting. This painting is of a Russian galley from the Battle of Grengam, which that's the Russian name of the battle, which is in Swedish is the Battle of Ledsund on the Åland Islands. And this nice painting is at the Central Navy Museum in St. Petersburg. It's a very imposing painting, but this is just to show how what type of vessels these ovens mainly served. And some topological observations about this. And this is just like tentative topological observations, because this has not really been done in a larger scale yet. But it would seem that the early Russian ovens from the first conflicts in the maritime conflicts in Finland were often very small and medium-sized, and about 1.2 and 2 meters size and 1.2 meters tall, and all of them have one firing chamber, more or less. And it also would appear that Russian ovens, which were erected during the later war of the Hats, 1741, 1743, would have the same overall appearance. However, Russian ovens which were found at Kuutsalo, outside Kotka, which were directly connected to the Russo-Swedish War, 1788, 1790, they appear very different. Then again, they are really very, very much larger and are very roughly built, but they seem to also have several firing chambers. So you would have essentially a big pile of rock in which there are several chambers where you would be able to bake bread. And here's a picture of the site of Kuutsalo, or map site of the site of Kuutsalo outside Kotka, where the Russian ovens are discovered. And it's important to, when you are studying these, to take in consideration the whole period, because that gives gives you better tools to understand and interpret future finds of Russian ovens. And here, okay, here you can see that the large stone ovens are really, they almost look like walls of stone they're so big. They might be 5 or 6 meters wide even. So they really are large constructions, very much different than the ones from the Northern War. And here are like the questions what we would like to answer regarding these ovens, or at least tentative questions, like how was this really done practically? Who was in charge of it when the fleet took harbor? Was it the cooks, officers, engineers? Who were overseeing these constructions? And what was the capacity of these ovens? Was it like, were you supposed to build one oven so you could provision the crew of one galley over several ovens? How much could you bake in? Did you have to bake several days to get enough bread for the crews, or so these are questions which we would like to see if we can find answers to. And also, if there are any undiscovered sites, obviously there are, but that's also a resource question. But this, but what I would like to bring to your attention is also the importance of getting source material from any Russian archive, like any documents that would pertain to this practical aspect of how the Russian army fleet would provision its crews, and any documents that would discuss the construction capacity of any of these natural stone ovens would be really interesting to read, and or any such like written documentation by officers or something that would describe how these were used and set up. That would really give us some really interesting tools to study separate sites and build or get a better image of the heritage which these sites represent. And this is I feel strongly that this is a really good topic for international research in the Nordic Sea region, Northern Baltic Sea region, because first of all, the topic is interesting in a way because it just gives some more complex insight into how we perceive, for instance, borders between military powers. As we've heard in earlier presentations in this conference, we have stone markings marking the borders between kingdoms. We have fortresses marking previous borders, and now with Peter the Great, he opens up the whole maritime era as a battlefield, which was not done by earlier Russian rulers in earlier conflicts. And we have a new, like there are like a maritime border zone which becomes apparent during times of conflict, and sometimes it extends as far west as Sweden. And these are just made. The physical remains of these are the stone cairns, which we call Russian ovens. And it's
unfortunately, we are sorry, but your time is coming to an end.
And I'm actually done. Thank you for your time. And here is just the last picture of the of a Russian oven with 3D scanning, which, as you see, is a very good way of getting an overall insight into how they look, because they look, when you see a picture, it doesn't look that interesting, but with 3D technology and archaeology, you can get a more better picture and build a more typological interpretation of it. But sorry for taking too much time, but thank you for having the possibility to give this presentation, and that is it.
Thank you very much, Marcus. I was quite inspired to see Russian stoves in one of your maps, so I started trying to add a map on across the other side of the border. Unfortunately, we don't have a museum today to show such points on the other side of the Gulf of Viborg. So we are actually launching an international research project yet, but we know, Marcus, that you are very good at identifying sources of funding. I have seen similar stoves. Historians took me to an old road that used to connect Viborg and Lappeenrantu. It is in the frontier area, and it is quite easy to identify the remains of a Russian camp there now. And yet there are still quite a few questions that I'd like to ask of the researchers who will look into this matter. And one more comment. While I was preparing my doctorate thesis, I used to spend a lot of time in the naval archives. I understood that, unfortunately, I couldn't come across any details about stoves. Probably we can ask our colleagues. Maybe this colleague of mine will be, Mr. Pashkov, will be able to add something.
Very interesting report. It enriched our knowledge about the final period of the Northern War. And it's possible to discuss it during long period. But unfortunately we have not such time. But we have some ideas about it. But I want to ask only one question, my personal question. In my opinion, one of the main reasons of Russian victories in the Baltic over Swedish Navy was the broad use of galley fleet. And what about Swedish galley fleet? Did Swedes had such ships or not?
Thank you. There's a long answer and for this question, and also a short answer. I'll try to give you the short answer. Tsar Peter the Great was great in that sense because he was a visionary, and he was he saw the military he had a very good. He saw that there was lots of the galley fleet had lots of military importance, and Swedes did have a fleet at the time, but the problem with the Swedish fleet was that it was mostly for open sea, like big frigates. And so there was no chance for Swedish fleet to engage the galley fleet, except that Hange, Ud, and the Battle of Gangut or Relax, so you know. So they were during the Great Northern War, the Russians were able to fully control the coastal regions because the Swedish just didn't have such a fleet, and when they started building it, it was so much smaller than the Russian fleet. And it took most part of the 18th century for the Swedes to actually build up what we would call the army fleet to be able to properly fight the Russians, and that happened during the War of Gustavus III and the Battle of Svensksund, the second battle. So it took most of the 18th century to fix this error for Sweden, really. So Russia was a very strong naval power in this regard.
Дорогой Маркус, большое спасибо за доклад.
Thank you very much, dear Marcus,
Ждем открытия границ и снова в гости в
for
Выборгский
your,
замок. А мы, конечно же,
report.
хотим
We
уже
are
приехать к вам
looking
в Котку.
forward to
До
the
новых встреч.
opening of the borders between our countries, and we are certainly willing to visit you and to meet you with you again.
Нашей
And
секции.
now, just
Доклад
completing the
Алексея
work of
Витальевича
our
Мельнова.
panel,
Учреждение
I'd like
Выборгской
to give
портовой
the floor
таможни в
to Alexei
1724 году
on the
как
formation of
результат
the Vyborg
включения
Port
бывшей
Customs
шведской
Office
Карелии
in
в таможенную систему
1724 as a
Российской
result
империи.
of former Swedish carriers becoming a part of the
Спасибо,
custom
Александр Михайлович,
system
это
of
моя
the
очередь.
Russian Empire. Thank you, Mr.
Постараюсь быть
Alexander.
краток, хотя это будет сложно, поэтому
I'll
не
try to
обижайтесь,
be
немножко
brief,
позже
even
начнется
though it's
перерыв.
quite challenging, so
Я
don't
своим
take
докладом
offense
продолжу
if
тему,
we start
которую,
our lunch break
тему, которую
a
начал
bit later
уважаемый
than supposed. I will
Каспер
just give a
Кепсу,
follow-up
и отчасти
to
он
the
уже затронул темы,
subject
которые мне
that
теперь
has
можно
already
не
been
проговаривать, я постараюсь
mentioned
не
by
повторяться.
distinguished
Выбор этой
Kacper
темы моего доклада не
Kepsu.
случайен. Почему я его выбрал, вы
The
узнаете
subject
на одном
matter
из
of my
следующих слайдов, которые я вам покажу.
was
Ну и
not
вопрос на сегодняшний день границы, он, конечно, неотъемлем с вопросом таможенной границы, потому что это это воображаемая линия, ее никто не видит, но на самом деле у любого государства, по-моему, государственной границы есть еще граница таможенная. И, на мой взгляд,
that nobody is able to see. Yet it is quite important in terms of borderline arrangements. A few words about the port system of Sweden when the city of Nyon existed. First of all, there were two types of customs offices in Sweden, the big one and the smaller one. The big one was intended for sea commerce, for sea trading, and here you can see where customs control was carried out. The key items were tar and timber, and unfortunately in this slide it's not so easy to identify them, but however you can see a sketch made in pencil by Henrik Balting, a famous Swedish historian. So it is there that tar was kept in drums, and it was called therefore the tar area. The turnover at the end of the 18th century there was 3,000 Swedish dollars, which was quite inferior to the golden period in maritime trading. There was also an in-house, an internal trading. This kind of internal customs houses exist in Russia up to the mid-18th century, but in Sweden, as I understand, they were only eliminated in the midnight.
In Viborg, they were at the city gates, that is around tower, in the marketplace. And during the time of Gustav Adolf, there were very rigid customs duties, which made it difficult to bring the goods here. There were a lot of complaints of the peasants that they were imprisoned and they were oppressed. This also affected the cost of the goods. So in the late 17th century, Viborg was at the level of the cost of goods was more expensive than Stockholm. On the eve of the siege of Viborg in 1706, Georg Lupercal recognized that Viborg is the most expensive place on the earth. During the siege in 1710, it became a part of the Russian state, now only nominally or de facto, because no Nystad treaty has not been completed, and that period between de facto and the euro was 11 years. I would like to ask the question, who took the customs duties during conclusion of the agreement about surrender of the town. The winner had the right to dictate his own requirements. Secondly, more than half of residents of Viborg moved away during the siege, so there was no quorum of the city council to take serious decisions. If such cities as Riga, showing below on the slide, or Revel, even in the agreement of surrender, there was a question about preservation of the privileges, and they are also mentioned in the items of Nystad Treaty. Such conditions were not granted to Viborg. Swedish diplomats never thought that it is possible to transfer Viborg to the Russian state, so the Swedish side has not prepared diplomatic items that would ensure old trade and customs privileges to Viborg. And you can see the medal of Nystad Treaty, which is from the stocks of our museum reserve. As for Riga, it is quite interesting. When in 1724 the new customs system of the Russian state was set up, Peter the Great, many traditions and even many schedule of the customs offices copied from the Riga customs office. Moreover, in Riga, there were the most liberal rules and regulations for the customs office and the most liberal customs duties in the Russian Empire. Why have am I presenting that presentation? The person left on me, Dmitry Kotler, who is Deputy Customs Director of Brusnichne checkpoint. Our colleagues would like to know the history of the Russian Customs Office. On what day and frontier could we celebrate the day of Viborg Customs Office? And the colleagues try to determine, without turning to the museum, using the colleagues from the local university. They went to Mekele and found the customs book, more than 100 meters of archive shelves that are not digitized. They found the document which they needed. So these are manuscripts. Without preparation, it would be rather difficult to find it. So it was rather difficult to read. The address made the previous photo that was a joint trip, and Dmitry helped me very much because he helped to take pictures, because we could take pictures of 3 customs books for the first 3 years of the customs office in Viborg. In April of 1724, Viborg Port Customs Office was formed, and that is the start of the history of the Russian customs activities in Viborg. Despite the fact that the city council, for the first time in Viborg, met in April 1721, the first task of the city council was to confirm the old privileges, and the maximum of merchant privileges was that commercial department made Eric Ockerman the head of the Russian customs office, who was a Swede who came from Sweden, and before that he was the governor. And thus the city council made the person to become the head of the customs. His deputy was Johann von Bergen. That was a German official from the commercial college, which in May 1724 came to Viborg with stamps and documents, and in May the first work of the port customs office started. The main problem was because the commanders were Swedish and German. During the first year, commercial college, understanding the difficulty of the situation, decided that the document turnover of the port customs will be in the German language. You can see the photo to the left, where we can see special customs forms that are filled in, and Your King's Majesty, or Your Tsar's Majesty, and the Russian language document, and there is an inscription in German so that the people would understand what is the content of the document. I cannot read. Can read an interesting quote in one of the letters that came from commercial college were informed about Ackermann. The Russian language, you don't know the Russian language and you can understand the Russian orders and you cannot get the translation. As to the deputy controller von Bergen, the text is as follows. Though he speaks Russian, he cannot read and translate the Russian letters. When the orders come, he has to find the person who would like to interpret it. And finally, it was decided to find the translator and to give a salary to him. As to the building, they had to locate the office. And I asked Kasper concerning Matthias Pölse, because judging by the research of my colleagues, the first building of Vyborg Port Customs is preserved. It is on the square. Red House Square. We're going to pass through that building. In the 17th century, it looks different. It didn't have the late buildings of the 19th century. And one of the premises in the house of Matthias Pölse, the Vyborg Customs, were located, and other institutions that are not related with private property could leave this building. The second question concerns the geography. For the ships to get to Vyborg, they have to pass through the Vyborg Gulf, that is covered by Nystad, and there was the forest exchange, external port where timber was loaded to the foreign. And it was decided to set up a customs office, but the customs office came across the problem. It was difficult to find the personnel because the claimants wanted to know what would be the standard salary. Is it possible to have permanent job? Will they be able to live in Transund permanently, or whether service accommodation will be granted to them? Nothing has changed in 300 years. And a very interesting question that is related not only with customs regulation but with trade. It is interesting to know how the nomenclature changed in exported and imported goods, how it affected the traditional trade of the Swedish and German merchants who lived in Vyborg first. The first problem was the competition with the new town Friedrichshamn, Hamina, that has already been mentioned today. And the city council decided to address commercial college so that it would address the foreign department of the Senate, and they will write a letter to the Russian ambassador in Stockholm so that he would get a copy of the customs tariff of the Swedish kingdom and send it to St. Petersburg. It was planned to compare these tariffs and to provide the preferential system for Vyborg, because customs duties in Fritzgams were better, more preferential for the incoming ships, and Vyborg trade decreased to a certain extent. An interesting fact is when the goods of the Vyborg merchants were sent to other cities, they had to pay the customs duties. If the goods were sent to St. Petersburg or Narva, a certain duty was taken, for instance, 5%. If the merchants brought the goods to Revel, Tallinn or Riga, that would be without any duty. Judging by the documents which I analyzed superficially, the situation was like that. In the general volume for the Vyborg merchants, the main market of export and import were foreign states, according to the old contacts which they had since the period of the Swedish kingdom. And an interesting question I wanted to have the documents that would answer it. There are a couple of letters that disclose the question concerning customs regulation of the land border, which was not so important in the 18th century due to logistics. 90% of goods were not transported by land but by ships, and now the main goods are also transported by marine transport because the volume of transportation is greater. In this plan that was recently published by the colleagues from the State Archive of Navy, we can see a non-well-known map with border stones. You can click on the site of the archive and look at it in better quality. We're interested in trade. The first problem with which Vyborg citizens came across is breakage of the traditions of going to Lapstrand for modern Lappiranta for the fair. For Vyborg citizens, this is an important part of daily life, but unfortunately the borders are closed now. 300 years ago, Vyborg citizens didn't come to Lapstrand because they were not allowed there. Moreover, in Vyborg, the customs duties and different trade expenses were much higher than in Lappeenranta. Therefore, on the trade was not quite intensive. In Hamina, the Russian merchants were allowed, but there they made different aspects related to bureaucracy and levying of additional duties. And at some time, the urban community addresses commercial department dealing with trade aspects in Empire, so as to prohibit selling in Hexkolm, Priazorsk salt and tobacco, because that was a monopoly monopoly right of the state. And a positive decision was taken, and I don't know whether it was implemented or not, but it was taken on paper that the trade would discontinue in Priazorsk, and these goods will be sold by Vyborg merchants. Probably they use the prices from local storehouses of the state. And rural trade is also important. During the Swedish time, rural trade was under the threat. And in Sweden, there were legislative orders that prohibited trading in the territory of city, villages, settlements, and rural parishes. All the peasants had to bring the goods to the market in the city, where the customs duties were levied, and they were used to support the army. In the Russian state, they didn't take particular account of the development of local trade, but in the next 18th century, the local state community will state that peasants will be able to sell the goods only within the cities. There are the documents of 1760s which confirm that by that time most of the trade, rural trade, was liquidated, and that resulted in an increase in the price of goods. Though I have no information that Vyborg was the most expensive city of Russia. I will recall one wonderful story related with the border. The people who live close to the border are fond of finding different interesting things and get profit from being close to the border. That is characteristic of any resident of the borderline territory. Our colleagues from the customs can confirm it. There is an important document that states that Matthias Pulse, whose building was occupied by the customs, built a sawmill at the very border in this region on Virajoki-Viralahti River. What is most interesting that he sold timber from the sawmill both to Russian and to the Swedish side without paying any customs duties. These questions were raised repeatedly at the sessions of the State Council, but the Swedish researcher of Vyborg history, Uchom Belgorod, that many members of the city council had similar business at the border, so that the question was suspended for a long period of time. As you have understood from my story, that in Mikkeli there are about 150 meters of archive shelves. For those who study the history of the customs office, I think there will be different people. There are a lot of interesting discoveries. Thank you very much for your attention. Please join us. I will become the moderator now. Now we come back to this conference room at 4 o'clock to listen to the last section that will be called Historical Memory of Peter's Epoch at
Well, dear colleagues, it's time for us to continue our conference. Now we are moving over to the final panel, number 6. The title is Historical Memory about Peter the Great's Period in Northwest Russia and Finland. And the first presentation on Peter the Great and Schlüsselburg, Legends and Reality. It will be presented by Tatiana Karpova, Senior Researcher of Schlüsselburg Branch Office of the Leningrad Region Museum Agency. I am delighted to give you the floor now, Mrs. Tatiana. Good afternoon. I welcome you on behalf of the Museum Agency of the Leningrad region and the Museum of History of Schlüsselburg. Our city was developed in the 14th century as the facade of the fortress of Oreshek. It has unique flora and fauna, and it is located by a beautiful river. At that time, the well-known path from the Varygs to the Greeks lay here. In 1323, the grandson of Alexander Nevsky built the fortress of Oreshek here. Since then, it turned into an important fortification in the Novgorod land. And that was when the Sloboda, or Savior's side, was developed there. By April of 1612, for lack of provision, the situation became critical there. Only 100 people remained alive in the fortress due to a siege. The Swedish occupied the fortress, but then came the year 1700 when the Northern War started. The very first attempt to recover the former Russian lands took place in 1702, and it was a very important decision. We keep an engraving in our collection on that episode. This engraving shows the siege of Notterberg in November of 1702. So, letter A here stands for the area occupied by the Russian troops, led by General Field Marshal Boris Sheremetyev, and it included the Transfiguration Regiment, then Semyonov Regiment, then and also it included the artillery led by Yakov Bruce. That was confirmed by Peter's diary, and for the future we will confirm all the details using documentary materials. At that time, the troops of Prince Repnin were awaiting them. So it says that at the time of siege, the Swedish garrison included 500 people and 140 artillery guns. On the 26th of September, 10,000 Russians approached an elevation by the Neva River. Peter the Great ordered to build fortifications and trenches On the 27th of September, a camp was laid down there, led by General Field Marshal Boris Sheremetyev. On the 28th of September, trenches were made and artillery batteries were placed on the left bank. Then on the 30th of September, 50 ships were carried over from Lake Ladoga to the smaller Neva. On the 30th of September, that was on the 30th of September. Then let us see, a detachment of 1,000 people moved across the Neva River and destroyed a Swedish post D and took stronghold E. Then, on the same day, a temporary bridge was built. F, letter F. The camp that was occupied on the 1st of October on the right bank of the Neva River was taken by the regiments of Roman Bruce and Alexander Gordon and Yefim Gulitz. On the 1st of October, early in the morning, a detachment of 100 people was transported by ships to the right bank. Then they destroyed a Swedish post there, and there were 3 Russian regiments there led by Bruce, Gordon, and Gulitz. On the same day, a letter was sent to the commandant of the fortress Schlippenbach, suggesting that he should surrender. He replied that he couldn't take that decision himself and asked for 4 days to be provided to him. But a flag was flown in the fortress to mark the siege. H. A mortar battery that was commanded by Peter the Great in person as a bombardier. Next, a battery by Colonel Johann Gashka, 2 gun batteries led by Major Ivan Ginter, then 2 more batteries that were built on the 3rd of October. Next, a post that was taken on the 4th of October. N. Hunters' boats. O. Fresh assault team led by Alexander Menshikov came to rescue the hunters. Then on the 2nd of October, the Swedish received the replenishment and the Swedish assaulted the Russian guards, but Sheremetyev sent the Russian troops so that the Swedes were destroyed. On the 3rd of October, a drummer with a letter from commandant's wife arrived from the fortress. He asked for the permission to take the women from the fortress. Peter the Great replied that he did not want to separate Swedish wives with their husbands. That's why they were allowed to leave the fortress only if they should take their husbands with them. Then on the 11th of October, a new fire broke out in the fortress. On the 12th of October, mortar bombs were fired against the fortress. After 13 hours of a siege, Commandant Schlippenbach handed over the fortress to the Russians. Oreshek was returned to Russia, and a commemorative medal was struck with an inscription kept by the enemy for 90 years. Capitulation followed them. Then it was decided to have an inspection of the fortress. On the 14th of October, 83 sound, healthy Swedish servicemen and 156 wounded servicemen left the fortress accompanied by drumming. The taking of Nystad was the first major victory in the Northern War. The Nystad battle was decisive in the fight for the domination at the Neva River. And that's why Peter the Great called it Schlisselburg, and a special he then said that this is a key to so many locks that had been locked before. Well, we now can tell some of the legends and myths about it. First of all, from Tomilin's book, on the way to Schlisselburg, our attention is attracted by the beautiful Transfiguration Church. This is the place where the soldiers from Transfiguration Regiment were buried, who died in the siege of Schlisselburg. Another legend, or probably real story, says that every day at in the fortress, one of the bells is rung exactly at midday. And those were probably real facts. And now a real legend, which is still popular in the city. First of all, a legend about the Swedes. When retreating from the place in October of 1702, the Swedish promised to invade the Russian land as insects. This is confirmed by the presence of numerous brooks, numerous insects there in the area. They are quite aggressive, but they do not bite anybody. And according to numerous data, it's an endemic insect of Schlisselburg, and these insects are the key food for fishes from Lake Ladoga and the Neva River. At the end of June, the insects leave the area to come back next spring, next summer. This was confirmed by the quotation from the memoirs of one of the prisoners of Schlisselburg, who said, one of them said that the Swedish beetles came on the 1st of June. The legend of the Swedish insects was so popular that in 2017 a special art object was built in Oreshek and in Schlisselburg. 12 kilometers away from Schlisselburg, one of the places is located where Peter the Great stayed on one of his visits Today, that monument, with the monument that was built there a long time ago, has not been retained. And now, speaking about legends of the 21st century, according to one of them, it was Schlüsselburg, where for the first time Russian Emperor Peter the Great met his future counselor Sava Vladislavich Raguzinsky. Thanks to that legend, in 2011, for the first time in Schlüsselburg, a monument was erected in memory of Sava Raguzinsky. Sava Raguzinsky was a great associate of Peter the Great. He made an important contribution to the establishment of education for young noblemen from Russia. The Museum of History of Schlüsselburg keeps a medal that was struck on the occasion of the erection of the monument. In this way, the history of our city of Schlüsselburg is closely connected with the name of Peter the Great. We have tried to illustrate it with the help of legends and real facts. It was there at the delta of the Niva River that for the first time the Swedish were defeated during the Northern War. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mrs. Tatiana. It's been a very interesting report, and now I have a chance for the audience to ask questions of you. Yes, please. Could you please tell us different books describe the taking of Nystad, referring to an episode when certain soldiers were refusing to board boats in order to assault the fortress, and those of them who did not want to do it could be shot to death. And in certain cases, certain sources say they even provide the number of soldiers who were shot to death for their lack of obedience. Well, that's a good question. As a matter of fact, I can't tell you yes or no. I can't tell you that we have the documents to confirm this information, and we are only based on documents. However, I couldn't even tell you. What we know is the so-called descending hunters who tried to assault the fortress, to storm the fortress, boarding boats. That's an interesting piece of information. Thank you for your question. We'll put it down and we'll try to look for an answer.
So there is a legend that there were great losses in the war. In addition, the staircases couldn't reach the top of the walls. So at some time, Peter decided that the storm collapsed and he sent a person so that the soldiers would be brought back. But that person couldn't find the commanders, probably, or the commanders refused to obey the order, so the storm continued, and finally the Swedes surrendered. What can you tell us about it? Yes, you are quite right. Alexander Golitsyn, to whom Peter ordered to retreat because he understood that the losses will be great and that information is confirmed. He even said such a phrase, tell Peter that I do not belong to myself, I belong only to God. And he didn't obey Peter's order. Is it a legend or is it documented? As you know, this is documented. In Peter's log, in Peter's record, it is written that this really happened. So this is confirmed information. Thank you. Tatiana Ivanovna, thank you very much for your presentation, for your very interesting presentation. And now I'm ready to give the floor to Alexey Sergeyevich Volkov, senior researcher of the Scientific Department of Museum Agency, State Budgetary Institution, who will speak about the population of Ingerman land and the historical science of the Russian Empire of the 18th century. Good afternoon, Alexei Sergeyevich. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes. We can hear and see you. I have seen my face on the screen. I have started the presentation, but you don't see the presentation right now. We cannot see the presentation so far. Oh, here it is. So, Volkov Alexei Sergeyevich, Senior Researcher of the Scientific Department of State Budgetary Institution of Culture of Leningrad region. So we can see the presentation. I would like to make a presentation, and you can see the title of it on the screen. I should tell you immediately that Nystad Treaty put an end to a very severe war that lasted 20 years. Nystad Treaty, according to its terms, the territory of Russia was joined by some land, Ingerman land, Izhor land, Vyborg, part of Karelia with Kexgolm, Eastland with Rivel and Danville, Livland with Riga, Ezel, the Gomon island and other lands. Russia returns Finland to Sweden, pays $2 million. And according to the treaty terms were quite numerous. Nystad Treaty added new characteristics to the peace in Europe. There was a transformation of forces in Europe. On the arena, there are new countries that acquire more and more power, such as England, the Netherlands, and Russia. All of them get access to the Baltic Sea, and they become one of the leading countries in Europe. So the country needed modernization, and Peter the Great understood it. The main task of Peter the Great was to reduce the gap in development between Russia and Western states. Alterations at the beginning of the 18th century were in different areas and in different state and public spheres of life. To increase the literacy in the country, Peter increased the number of schools and sets up St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences. The first Russian newspaper was published and book printing was developing. Peter, of course, made a lot for the development of science, including history. Peter the Great was interested in Russian and foreign science. He collected different materials to study the past of our country in ancient times. On the initiative of Peter, they translated historical works written abroad. Different scientists note, for instance, Piotr Pekarsky, he collected a library with a great number of the works on history, not only Russian but foreign works, and that fashion is also quite common among Peter's supporters. During the reign of Peter the Great, there is a growing interest to studying the history of the Russian Empire among the nobilities. Different libraries appear in the houses of Earl Marquis, Yakov Bruce, Prince Golitsyn, Alexei Tatishev, and many others. And since there is an interest to the history of our country, new joint territories appear, and the population has an interest to the history of these lands. And today I would like to discuss Ingerman land, that land with legendary chute. The first mention of this territory appeared in the 18th century in the works by Vasily Tatishev, Mikhail Molosov, and Nikolai Karemzin. It is related with the history of the Novgorod state. All these lands were named after Finnish troops which lived on the territories Karelia, between the coast of the Gulf of Finland and Lake Ladoga, Izhor on the southern coast of Gulf of Finland and Izhora, and Vod west to the west on the coast of the Gulf of Finland. What tribe that was repeatedly mentioned in different manuscripts attracts the attention of the historians. And the first person who formulated his opinion was Vasily Nikitich Tatishev in the history of Russia. the teachers thought that water is not the name of the tribes, but the name given to all the Finnish residents. Though Georgians lived there, that was what region? In 1766, the work of Mikhail Vasilyevich Lomonosov was published, Ancient Russian History, till the death of Yaroslav I or until 1054. In the territory where the Russian Empire appeared, previously Slavs and Chuds were living, but the territory of the Slavs expanded and many territories were populated by the Slavs. Part of the Chuds joined them and part of them moved to north and east. That is joining of two peoples, and the Varangians relocated to Slavans, and the power was installed. The description of the first Finns, Georgians, Estonians in St. Petersburg region was the author of Johann Gottlieb Georgi. You can see the drawing from the ethnographic work of Georgi. This is a woman. What woman? I have selected this image because once in the historical science there was a debate. Votanka or Vashanka was depicted in the work by Georgi. Later, at the beginning of 20th century, it was confirmed that that was Vatyanka, Udmurti woman that has not any relation to Vod. Essentially, in the work by Georgi, the Georgians were described and have common history with Russia, starting from ancient time. They preserved their national features, though they became Orthodox, and they had trading connections with Russian, Estonian, and Finnish lands. In Georgi, he describes the habits of Izhora. He studies the clothes and the habits of the people. The Estonian and Finnish peoples were also investigated. The description of Vodya by Georgi, and there is no just illustrated description, unfortunately. An interesting note concerning the economic activities appear in the ethnographic works. And now I would like to tell you about the work that was discovered by Olga Kalkova in the Soviet time in the topographic description of St. Petersburg province, compiled during the period during 1710 and 1780. Izhori were present in Arenbam, Yandan, and Chisaburg districts. Their assimilation degrees were described, and their clothes were described. Of special interest is the indication that 142 persons with Karelian language who lived close to Likore exhibition of the economic department were residents of that time, and mostly, mainly that shows that that is an origin group of Georgians or the ancient population of the region that was described by Narva priest Trefford, published in 1883. He describes Vashan as Vandelchuden. He says about the habits and features of special interest is the illustration that was made by Trefford. According to the image by Krause, you can see it on the screen. Krause initially was the master at Retina Mansion, and Trefford visited it. So this is one of the oldest images that you can see. The image of Vosh women, what is mentioned under the name of Chud in 1789 in the well-known book Comparative Vocabularies of All Languages of the well-known Peter Simon Bowles, where there are the words of Varangian and Chudian language. Most of the description of St. Petersburg region are given by Tumansky, who characterizes the Finnish peoples and their habits and their language. His manuscript in the period of 1789-90 shows the activities and condition and division of St. Petersburg region, including different peoples and population, but it was not published while he was alive. It appeared only in 1970s in Estonia. The work is published partly in some research of local scientists. Unfortunately, these are repair works. Investigating written sources, we collect data of the local population and the correct name of words as it's pronounced, but their life. Tumansky assigns that people to choose. He criticizes the opinion about the Slavic origin of Zhora. He stressed that Zhora belongs to Finns. In his work, Tumansky gives a comparative dictionary in 7 languages. He gives 449 forms and illustrations of clothes, which the descriptions are quite precise. Unfortunately, the drawings have not been preserved. He places major emphasis on words, its marital customs and language. He notes that they live in Yanders and Arenbarum regions now in small numbers. And these peoples, particularly close to lakes Babina, Glane, Arenkotli, and Katili and Babina in the vicinity. And then there are works dedicated to marriages and what clothes. These are the essays of Tumansky, family, marriage, and popular clothes. Thus, the journey of Argenman land gives a start to a very complicated work that has not yet been completed. It started in the Russian Empire, and our scientists continued in the Russian Federation. They study a very difficult, complicated part of our Leningrad region, and the theme is quite urgent. It represents a great interest for the historian, specialist in local history, archaeologists, and many others. It started in the 18th century. By the end of the 18th century, there was a major base for studying the new and interesting theme for our country. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexei Sergeyevich, for your presentation, for your interesting presentation. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much once again. And I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Natalia Gennadievna Urvantseva, candidate of philology, associate professor of philology at Petrozavodsk State University. Peter the Great in commemorative practices of Petrozavodsk and Marshall Waters. Thank you. Cultural memory of modern society is concentrated in certain symbolic places of memory, which are in the cultural space that has a material basis. However, it has a symbolic value. The instrument of formation of the historical memory and policy are commemorations, which are mobilization of memory about a certain object, event, person, historical community. Commemorations are memorials, public monuments, anniversaries, burials, and so on. As a rule, in commemorative practice, are considered in association with mobilization of memory about a particular event. Commemorations are determined by the French historian Nora as a process that mobilizes different discourses and practices in representation of the event, contains social and cultural vision of the memory and commemorative event. So the expression of solidarity of the group. This process is closely related with rituals, habits and traditions of reminiscences. The festival is a necessary part for a single person is always correlated with the general cultural memory, the memory celebrating group of the common past. The Day of the City is commonly accompanied by different commemorations in the public space, focusing on the key from the viewpoint of a certain concept events of local past. From Peter's time, the Day of the City in Petrozavodsk was celebrated on the 12th of July, hostile 29th of June in Peter's Day. Traditionally, there was cross march from Alexander Church, Cathedral of Alexander Nevsky, to the Petropavlovsk Cathedral. Organizers of the festival organized city the festivals in the summer gardens, boating trips and fireworks. The name of Peter the Great appears in the days of the city in the 70th of the 19th century. The idea of creating the monument to the emperor in Petrozavodsk was associated with his tercentennial that was celebrated in 1872. The monument was laid on May 30, 1872, in the center on the round square that was named Peter Square. Its discovery took place by the sculptor Ivan Nikolaevich Schroeder. Architect Ippolit Akhnonovich Manigeti was held 1 year later on 29th of June 1873 on Peter's Day, when they celebrated a centennial from the foundation of Alexandra factory and Peter's factory in Petrovsky Square. Brochures were distributed written by Ivanov, Emperor Peter the Great and his activities in Alanet's historical essay for the people. At the same time, Alanet's Natural, Industrial and Historical Ethnographic Museum was open to the public. Now this is the National Museum founded in 1871. The time of holding modern Day of the City is associated with the Day of Liberation of the City from occupation during the wars of the Great Patriotic War on the 29th of June 1844. The date of celebration is officially stated in the 11th article of the Status of Petrozavodsk City region of the Republic of Karelia.
In 1978, the city marked the anniversary of its foundation, and the statue of Peter the Great, therefore, was moved from Zavodskaya Square to the Maritime Station, to the river station. Then a special event was held since 1985, dedicated to the Day of the City. In 1980, the spatial boundaries of the city changed, and the celebrations also moved to the coast of Lake Onega. And then we always recall the fact that it was Catherine the Great who gave the city the title of city. And speaking of its historic heroes, they date back to different epochs. However, all of them had special connections with the city. In the 1980s and 1990s, the role of Peter the Great during various celebrations was played by a professional actor, emeritus artist of Russia and Karelia, Valery Cheburkanov. In 1996, journalist and local historian Sergei Lapshov for the first time played the part of Peter the Great. Today, this part is played by the anchor of the radio and TV company of Karelia, Sergei Tkachuk. It is quite special that they use this image. The city's festival starts with laying flowers by the commemorative sign in memory of the seamen of the Onega fleet. And then they also lay flowers in front of the memorial complex, the tomb of the unknown soldier, and the black tulip. In this way, the event has a focal importance. Rika called those markings for memory the indicators, the signs that defend us from lack of memory. With time, the day of the city has been changing. On the occasion of various anniversaries, various rites, various rituals that have been used practically serve as the introduction to the festival. And from this perspective, it is quite spectacular that photo reports of our media have been changing. In 1994-95, the photos of war veterans were left aside, while the key episodes depicted there were the arrival of Peter the Great to the embankment. In 1999 and 2000, there was no room left for war veterans in newspaper reports. A key element of the festival is the events developing in the water area of Lake Onega. Since 2013, an old festival entitled Blue Onega was revived. And then sea battles are staged there, and after the battles, all those who want it can visit the historic ships by the statue of Peter the Great. Besides that, there are various events held on the mainland, and the lotteries are also held. And also, it is possible to take pictures by the statue of Peter the Great. And also a food festival is held, the so-called Peter's Feast, which is visited by alleged Peter the Great and his wife Catherine I. Various Russian and German food is offered during the festival. The cultural memory of modern society is concentrated in specially symbolic places. The monuments are an important component of the cultural landscape. Practically immediately after the monument moves into a city urban space, it started being used sometimes not exactly according to its original designation. And the monumental figure of Peter the Great always draws the attention of people of all ages, of all walks of life. The social and historical memory of the citizens is based on the memorial places, and it also attracts lots of tourists. The monument to Peter the Great is in the very center of the city with lots of sites for tourists. That's why it is a must to visit for various tourist itineraries. Taking pictures side by side with the statue or with the statue in the background has become a mass scale phenomenon. And today, those who take pictures can always compare the elements that are copied. This is now a mass scale phenomenon, and in this way, we all of us turn into tourists who visit their own past. Another important part of our memory is visiting the right places on the newly married wedding day, and the traditional routes where pictures are taken of the newly wedded people include the key monuments. It is a kind of symbol of happiness. Starting from the Soviet times, the graduates of the Petrozavodsk Maritime School, nowadays it is called Maritime University, named after Admiral Makarov. So their tradition has always been to put a seaman's T-shirt on the statue of Peter the Great, to put it on the statue, to dress Peter the Great in this stripped T-shirt overnight is just a tradition today. Emperor Peter the Great is an extremely important figure for the citizens of Petrozavodsk, and it was on the 17th of October of 1905, the workers of the local factory went to pay tributes to the statue of Peter the Great. Early in the 20th century, there was a tradition in the city to get together by the statue. Last time it took place on the 1st of May of 1918, when jointly with Bolsheviks, the Federation of Anarchists, and people without any party affiliation got together there. Today, there are various practices to commemorate the monument, and the title of the honorary citizen of Petrozavodsk is also handed over in front of the monument. Besides that, since the 1990s and 2000s, fair has been opened there by the statue. On the 22nd of October 2013, the International Olympic Flame race started from in Petrozavodsk, and also various environment-friendly events are held there near the statue. The first Russian The first Russian spa center, Marshall Waters, was also opened there near Petrozavodsk. Peter the Great was there to be treated with water on 4 occasions in 1719, 1720, 1722, and 1724. So he spent a total of 70 days there. The branch office of the National Museum of Karelia, this is the official title of the Marshall Waters Spa Center, health resort center. It has a cast iron bust of Peter the Great. Then, after 1917, Peter's bust was removed there. But then, in 1964, when a health resort of Marshall Waters was opened, they moved the bust there. Since the year 2000, it has become a good tradition to mark Peter's birthday every year on the 12th of July. The program of the festival starts with a theatrical presentation by the historic pavilion that is called Petrovsky, an episode from the play The Gifts of the Tsar are played there. The parts of peasant Ivan Ryabov, who was the worker who discovered the spa center, is then played. After that, the historic characters have a quiz just to check the knowledge of the public, and also a photo-taking session. Also, episodes from records battles are reproduced there, as well as duels using spades, and Peter the Great's times dances. The study of commemoration mechanisms and memorial practices make it possible to re-establish the process of the shaping of Peter the Great's image, the participation of the population in mass events which are regularly repeated, and the use of historical images during the celebrations of the days of the city and in Marshall Waters contribute to the future development of historical and cultural memory for the generations to come. Thank you very much. I have a question. Quite recently, I also investigated the history of monuments to Peter the Great. We are going to have a tour of the city, and I hope that our local guide will tell us about the hard destiny of the city. Have you ever looked into the history of vandalism as part of the background of the statue of Peter the Great? So what acts of vandalism have taken place there? They call that statue a walking or traveling statue. It has been moved on 2 occasions from its original place. I don't remember the title of the document under which the statue of Peter the Great was dismantled from its pedestal in Petrozavodsk. And also The statue of Alexander II was also dismantled. Also, the author of the other one was also sculptor architect Monighetti. And in 1980, Peter's statue. No, I'm sorry. In 1917, Peter's statue was dismantled, just like that of Nicholas II. And then a local history expert managed to retain it. In 1940, it was moved to the so-called Factory Square. On several occasions, the monument was vandalized. On one occasion, its cast iron grill was lost. On several occasions, Peter's spade was stolen. And when the statue was moved to the river station, the cast iron grill was not restored. And also certain elements of Peter's boots were lost during the time. So we can consider that as part of our memory. And I describe those details in my big articles. Okay, I will be glad to read about those details. We also know something about spades. Just in a square in front of our castle, a sword was stolen from the statue there. But since then, thank God, there have been no acts of vandalism against the statues in Viborg. It's very good that Natalia's presentation was delivered after lunch, because otherwise, when you were telling us about various feasts that you have here and delicious food that can be tasted, we might have left if we had been hungry. So it was very good to have a good look at our beloved Petrozavodsk. And now I'd like to give the floor to Maria Lenchitskaya, who is Chief Archivist of the Department of Use and Publication of Documents of the National Archive of the Republic of Karelia. Memorial sites after Tsar Peter I in Karelia, according to the documents kept in the National Archive of the Republic of Karelia. Well, to some extent, my presentation will echo what has just been said about Petrozavodsk.
I will tell you about the main collections of our archive, and I will discuss some documents that contain the information about the memorial places of Peter the Great in Karelia. I will focus on Petrozavodsk and Marshall Waters. The documents of the National Archive of the Republic of Karelia are the main base of sources from post-Peter's period on the memorial places of Emperor Peter the Great in Karelia. The objects of analyzing the documents as memorials of Peter are related with stay of the emperor in the territory of modern Karelia, that both that were preserved and not preserved, and the objects created in memory of Peter the Great or connected with his name. The early documents of the archives about the objects of Peter's epoch are in the collection of the Alan Petrovsky plants. They were built in Alanetsk district in the first years of the Northern War to provide the Russian army and navy with artillery munition. The chancellery was also the plant administration. It also administered the pogosts, and it had the function of administrative and legal control. The office was at the largest facility at Petrov plant, and this is Petrozavodsk now. Departmental belonging of the factories changed several times, and in 1727 The factories passed from Admiralty Collegium to Berg Collegium, and all the documents until 1727 were transferred to the Admiralty in St. Petersburg, and that early period now is kept there. In our archive, we have the documents starting with 1727. Most of the documents of that collection were different orders sent from Berg Collegium, Commercial Collegium, and other governmental institutions, as well as protocols of the office. Now the list of historical cultural heritage of Petrozavodsk also comprises the park of culture and recreation. In the territory of the park, at the beginning of the 18th century, the church of Peter and Paul's apostles was built. The palace and the house of Peter, a garden, a pond, and other objects of Peter's epoch that haven't reached our time. Not far was a chapel of Fadei the Blessed, historically related with Peter the Great. The documents of the office show how, after the end of the Northern War, Peter the Great was decayed, and it was stopped in 1837 and closed. The palace of Peter the Great was first maintained in 1742. The order of the Senate said that the palace should be repaired and should be maintained. By the 40s, the palace was dilapidated. Till the mid of the 18th century, there was some attempt to maintain the factory, but they didn't succeed. And in the document of 1756, the palace was in poor condition. The palace was quite dilapidated, the ceilings destroyed, and the roof was destroyed. And from time to time, due to rains and due to dampness, everything can collapse. In 1772, the remaining logs from the palace were used for the new construction. Probably the commander's house, and there should be a laboratory from the remaining palace construction, and new logs have to be added. At the office, there are documents concerning the temple of Peter the Great built at the palace, which was repeatedly visited by the Tsar. From 1830s, there is information about the fact that the church was destroying, and there is a difference in the attitude to the Peter's Palace and to Peter and Paul's Cathedral. In the beginning of 1772, together with the order of St. Petersburg about dismantling of the palace, an order came about repairs of Peter and Paul's temple to maintain it for the memory for the generations to come, because the church was built by Peter the Great, and the roof had to be repaired to save that church, and it had to be painted. And soon they reported to the office that Peter and Paul's fortress was repaired. One of the earliest mentions about another object in memory of Peter the Great was the church named after Apostle Peter in Marshall Waters. It is listed in the order sent from the Commercial College to the office on the 9th of March 1732. The document gives the text of the order of the Empress Anna Ivanovna about the salary to those who served the church. There was information from the office of the Admiralty which records the date of building the temple. It was built at the order in memory of Peter the Great in 1721. Some documents of the office of the time of the Russian-Swedish War from 1741 to 1743, military actions that were also held in the territory of modern Karelia. Thus, in July 1742, the office considered the report of the official of Konchizer factory that at Marshall Waters there's only one guard, that the Swedes are in close proximity, and at the church there are a lot of books and church utensils. The office decided to protect the palaces and the church at Marshall Waters. Then mining engineers would be sent with the weapons available to them, and they should be at Marshall Waters guarding with great care. In case of attack of the Swedes, the defenders had to respond till their death, under the threat of death if they surrender. By the middle of 18th century, the temple was almost destroyed, and the Marshall Waters were empty. After the death of Emperor I, there was only a guard left, and those who were in the church. There were 3 priests there. In the protocol of the office of 1751, it is said that in the church the walls were rotten and the icon stands were broken, and the icons were also spoiled. They even thought that probably they should remove everything that was present in the church at Konchizer factories, where they were building a chapel. As to the palaces in Marshall Waters, we know from publications of the mid-19th century of our Chudinov, who was a local historian. He published the list which previously was in the documents of the official St. Peter's factories, the description of palaces at Peter's factory and at Marshall Waters, would describe the external view of the palaces, internal decoration. Unfortunately, that description didn't reach our days. Palaces in Marshall Waters were also lost at the end of the 18th century. In 1786, the office of Voronezh Petrov factories ceased to exist, and the documents remaining by the time are in the collection of the Voronezh mining department. There is a record on the history of the factory of Peter's time. That report was compiled in 1779 at the request of natural scientist and travel academician of St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences, Kirill Lapsons, for the Imperial Academy of Sciences. The request was a questionnaire, and the first item was the information from the history of the area compiled by Peter the Great. There are records on the discovery of Marshall water source, on the churches at Marshall Waters, and Peter's factory, that is 1779. In the last quarter of the 18th century, factory administration lost its universal function. New authorities formed. Administrative territorial status of the region changed, and in 1802, Voronezh province was formed. In the collection of the office of Voronezh governor and the executive authority, there are documents about the monuments to Peter the Great, erected in 1824 in the public garden, a cast iron bust of the emperor, and in 1873 bronze memorial to Peter the Great by Ivan Schroeder, and it was cast at casting production Marana in St. Petersburg, and the main work on casting of the monument was at Sestroretsk factory. Extensively represented in the office are the documents about creation of the bronze monument to Peter the Great. This is correspondence of the governor Grigoriev with high authorities of Olonets and Russian Empire. We can read that mainly he corresponded with officials of the Foreign Affairs Department, and they agreed to erect a monument to Peter the Great. Only the Minister of Finance opposed, but eventually, on the initiative of Grigoriev, the monument was erected. The case was preserved, which collects all the documents preceding correspondence prior to erection of the monument, the document, how the pedestal was made, how the monument was created, and the document about solemn opening of the memorial in 1873. In the documents of the collection of the Office of Land Governor, there is information about repairs in 1829 of Peter and Paul's temple in Petrozavsk. The roof was made of iron, the foundation was renewed, and the stucco was also renewed, and there were areas for entering the temple. Icon stand was dismantled, and with certain correction it was put afterwards into place. These major repairs and renewal of Peter and Paul's temple were related to its new status. In 1828, an independent Olenin diocese was instituted, and Peter and Paul's fortress became a cathedral. The main fund of spiritual department is that of the Olonets consistory. The documents from the end of the 18th century until 1918, including the information about the memorial places of Peter the Great, are in metric books. In the reports of the priests, ethnographic statistical description compiled at request of the diocese, and the reports on the churches, which commonly had brief description of the prehistory of the monument, information about the repairs made. Thus, in the report on Marshall Water Church, it is said that in 1830 the repairs were made at the expense of the mining department. The report in 1872 has information about the wooden cross preserved in Petrozavodsk, erected in 1725 by the resident of Peter's factory Sarai in memory of the last visit of the factory by Peter the Great. There is a complete description of the cross, including the letters on the face that are well known to the local historian. At the back of the cross, there is information about the degree of authenticity of the object. It was renewed in 1834. The memorial places of Peter the Great are also mentioned in other Orthodox institutions. For instance, in Petrozavodsk, there is a description of the grave of Fadei the Blessed, and there is a wonderful grave that is visited by many people, the old man Fadei, and it is covered with bricks as a tomb, and below you can see a plate with 8 and cross. In the consistory documents for 1834, the newly built chapel of Fadei the Blessed is described a marble monument, a new icon stand of marble with different colors, with 3 icons on the zinc in copper frames under glass. In the archives, there are 2 funds of Petrozavodsk Cathedral. One collection contains documents of the second half of the 19th century and the other of the Soviet period. In the first collection. There is a description of Peter Zavod's collections in 3 volumes. It was compiled in the second half of the 19th century. It contains information from the beginning of the 18th century to 1860s, including the information about detailed description of Peter and Paul's Cathedral, interior decoration, icons, as well as the grave of Thaddeus the Blessed. Most of the information was borrowed from the publication of Archbishop Ignatius reminiscences about the visits of Peter the Great to Alenia. Starting with the middle of the 19th century, it was common practice. In the document, they wrote the information from that wonderful publication that is an encyclopedia of the memorial places of Peter the Great. After 1917, the main events in respect of memorial places of Peter the Great were recorded in the documents of the new Soviet authorities. Thus, in 1918, Peter Zavodsk City Council passed a resolution about dismantling of the monuments to Peter the Great and Alexander II, after removing the monuments to destroy them using the material for new casting. In the Education Department of the Republic of 1926, there are documents how the fate of the monuments was decided, including the resolution of the Commission of the State Property that assumed the monuments on its balance and decided to resolved to give them for realization, for recasting. Expert conclusions of different level about the artistic and historical value of the objects, due to which the monument to Peter the Great was preserved. In the late 30s, in the country, there was an ideological rehabilitation of Peter the Great, and from 1938 to 1940, the City Council adopted several resolutions about the monument, and as a result of which it was restored, though quite slowly. Finally, in November 1940, the monument was erected in the garden close to Alexander Nevsky Factory Church, and now that is the Alexander Nevsky Cathedral. And in 1978, the City Council took a decision about transfer of the memorial to the river station on the coast of Lake Onega.
The foundation of the Karelian Region Committee for Properties of 1920, a list of properties has been retained. So if we look at it and compare with the times of Peter the Great, we will see that most of the objects inside had been preserved, as well as the register of the property taken away from the Peter and Paul Cathedral. The number of objects that was taken away was relatively small, including clerical clothing. Possibly that was due to the fact that a special charter of protection was awarded to the cathedral, to the effect that ancient icons and other service objects could not be taken away from the cathedral and were not to be confiscated. We know that that Peter and Paul Fort Cathedral perished in a fire in 1924. Only a chapel was retained. and the changes in the attitude to the cathedral among the citizens of Petrozavodsk is illustrated by the documents kept in the cathedral. After the fire, the chapel was renovated, but according to the records, the repair and renovation in most cases was just unnecessary because some people immediately broke the glass and destroyed other things. A long time before that, the chapel was closed to believers, and the area occupied by the ancient cathedrals was assigned to the summer gardens. Today we call it the Park of Culture and rest of Petrozavodsk. The Marshall Water Church was given a new life as early as after the Great Patriotic War. In a document of the Republic's government, it is said that the palaces of Peter's Museum that were not included should be included there. The fact that a structure dating back to the 19th century was mentioned there as one of Peter's palaces means that at that time there was a lack of continuity in the attitude to monuments in this country. However, it also means that after that, a time followed when the memory of Peter the Great was preserved and was revived. At this point, I think I'll have to finish my presentation. Just at the end, I need to say that today, the National Archives of the Republic of Karelia, jointly with Alexander Pashkov, are preparing a collection of documents devoted to the memories about the stay of Peter the Great in Karelia. Thank you very much, Mrs. Marina. The microphone is off. Alexei, okay. Thank you very much. We do hope that the documents that you have just mentioned will be published, and we do hope to be able to keep maintaining our cooperation with the Republic of Karelia. And now, I'm going to give the floor to the speaker who will deliver the last report today. It is a colleague of mine, Yulia Mozhik, who is a senior researcher of our Vyborg United Museum Reserve. Image of Peter I in the Finnish newspapers during the Soviet-Finnish War of 1941-1944. Well, so I'm the last speaker today, and in fact, I am going to tell you about the transformation in the Finnish periodicals during the Soviet-Finnish War of 1941-1944. I should say that the attitude of historians to the events of the Second World War was practically inevitable because of the situation that exists around the Russian-Finnish border that lived through difficult times, and for this purpose we needed to find the historical reasoning for this, and that is why the modern Finnish language includes that name only as a result of diplomatic negotiations and the Soviet-Finnish War of 1939. And the next war, between 1941 and 1944, added even more relevance to the image of Peter the Great. During the war, the name of the great reformer of Russia was linked not only to the expansion of the borders of the Soviet state, but also to the destiny of the cities that were founded by his orders, such as St. Petersburg and Petrozavodsk. But to start with, we'll have to take a step back. The growing interest in Peter's personality on the eve of the Second World War was driven by two things. First of all, early 1938, the first part of Vladimir Petrov's film Peter the Great was released in Finland. The very famous film with Simonov playing the part of Peter the Great. Here you can see, though, a poster devoted to part 2 of the film devoted to Peter the Great. So according to Finnish critics, this historical film is full of respect for history. It is so genuine that side by side to it, any American film would seem trivial. And one of the critics, and then Peter the Great said in the film, it's good that Charles XII defeated us at Narva. Now we will give a new life to our victories. So this film gave a new context to the image of Peter the Great as a great military leader who led Russia in many battles. Soon after the release of this film, a publisher from Helsinki, Marks Gulalus, published the translation of the novel made by Juhani Konka. Numerous reviews of the novel devoted to Peter the Great certainly increase the interest in Peter's personality. At the same time, publications were released in Finland on the history of the Northern War. One of the founders of the idea of the Great Finland, Jarmo Jarkka, also paid attention to it in his essays on Finnish history that was published in 1940. He emphasized the wisdom of Peter the Great, who was looking at the West and was so different from the Adolf Hitler, who actually directed his destructive energy against Germany. On the other hand, the energy and dynamism of Peter the Great were provided a threat against Finland. Some publications also emphasize the links between Peter the Great and the land of the Finns and the Finns themselves. Here we can find an article that was published in the Apu magazine. It is entitled "The Son of the Tsar and the Finnish Girl." This is the story of a girl whose name was Yefrosinya, but historians are not yet sure about her origin. And here, in this article, she was referred to as being of Finnish origin. And here we can also recall a story by Lenvi Jaskinen, a Finnish writer, which is called The Day of the Fall, published in 1940 after the Winter War. And this photo shows what Vyborg was like at the time of its flourishment. And Peter the Great was depicted there as a courageous person ready to risk his own life. Lempi also retold a story, a legend about an anonymous Cossack who tried to protect the Russian Tsar, and also about a battle where Peter's horse was killed in a battle, and then Hannibal, his servant, helped him get up to his feet. And there we can see a Finnish girl giving the keys to the city to Peter the Great. Certainly, this is a kind of urban legends. Nothing like that has ever happened, and yet it was a beautiful illustration. The events of March of 1940 made the story of the taking of Vyborg by the Russian troops certainly quite timely. It should be noted that the Finns, who were aware of Russia's history, a description of the conflict between the Soviet Union and Finland was quite obvious. 2 days before a peace treaty was signed between the Soviet Union and Finland, the leader of the Finnish delegation, in his conversation with Molotov, then the Soviet Minister of Foreign Affairs, that there was a time when Sweden paid $2 million to Russia. Well, Molotov answered, well, if you want a compensation, write a letter to Peter the Great and we'll pay you, we'll reimburse you. Now, it is also necessary to emphasize that the expansion, according to the Finnish critics, the foreign policy of Russia was aggressive. That was why the Finnish media started published articles like this one, for instance, according to which Stalin was just following in the footsteps of Peter the Great. The only difference is that Stalin's plans overwhelmed those of the Russian Tsar. And particularly graphic, this idea is presented in a speech that was never delivered by Jokasti Pasaki on the radio. That speech was prepared to the day when Leningrad was to have fallen down. It was so the speech was prepared at the end of November 1940. According to his speech, St. Petersburg is always related to very sad memories for us when Russia took territories away from Finland and joined them to Russia. Tsar Peter considered those regions necessary to defend his city. The course of history resulted in giving the land back to Finland, but then in 1940 the events that took place 40 years ago were repeated. It is also quite curious that early during the period of the 1941 war, there were mentions made about the so-called will of Peter the Great. This is a fake which is well known to the public. According to the fake document, Peter the Great was going to get control of the Black and Baltic seas, and the idea that the Soviet Union was persistent in its intention to get to control the Baltic and the Black Sea. Even the social democratic media published articles to the effect that those who were among the red and white guards in the 1920s now are just on the side of those who are supporting the ideas of Ivan the Terrible, the ideas that were developed by Peter the Great, and the ideas that Stalin was now trying to implement. And this was also reflected in the attitude to the occupied Eastern Karelia. In an unpublished article, a correspondent writes, Petrozavodsk is a Vandal-like Asiatic fortress that was built that today are only built by civilized nations to protect themselves against Asians using fire and the sword. And it is characteristic that now Peter the Great is depicted not as the partisan of Western mentality, but as the supporter of Asian wildness. And also at that time, some people started referring to Finland's title of eastern part of Russia, and they, for instance, said that the city lies by the Hare's Island, referring to St. Petersburg, saying that we failed to understand how can it happen that that city was founded there as a symbol of violence against the ancient Finnish inhabitants of the area. However, the articles that describe the sites to be found in Karelia or its parts such as Marshall Waters, etc., Peter the Great is still depicted from a very friendly perspective. For instance, saying that it was Peter the Great in person who came to visit the spa. It was Peter the Great who admired the beauty of the Marshall Waters. And possibly that was why during the war the statue of Peter the Great was not dismantled in Petrozavodsk, unlike the statues of Lenin and Kirov. However, the destiny of Peter's statue in Viborg was quite different. Here you can see one of the early photos that was taken in August 1941, where Peter the Great is on a small pedestal.
It is already lying with the head broken away. And what we can see now in the photo from the collection of the photo archive of the Defense Forces of Finland. That is a trip on the 8th of October 1841, where Ristarutsi, Mannerheim took part, Rangel, Defense Minister Rudolf Alden, and other individuals. An important point in the route was Viborg, where they were met by the mayor and Captain Rauno Turner and Director Toila Valtavo. This is a picture taken by Johan Taldo, and in addition there is a report written by the sports journalist Kalia Kotkas. Also, unfortunately, it was not published, but the document, can't read it. Well, some lines are crossed out by the writing machine, and it is interesting what is crossed out. Kalja Kotkas writes, the guests left their cars to go to Värnimemi rock and to see the town from the place where from Peter the Great looked over the besieged Viborg. Then the correspondent changed from the place where the Finnish people in their life for freedom once established the line of independence. So that was self-censure and real censure. The mention of Peter the Great by the journalist is not desirable, and he replaces the name of Peter by the line of independence. Since the sculpture was broken, the head of Peter the Great was taken by Arne Turner to his office. And there are publications and interviews with the mayor of Viborg. For instance, in 1942, Karela newspaper had an article, surprising adventures of the monument of Peter the Great were completed in the staff building of Viborg military administration. The journalist asked Captain Tern about the history of the Bishop House in Viborg, where the headquarters of the military administration was located, and he looks at the office where on a large table, which a commissioner had prior to conquering Viborg. Now it passed on to Captain Turner, and facing the wall is the head of Peter the Great on the table. And Turner discusses the fate of the memory with a journalist, and in half a year that table with Peter's head was on the photos. That picture was taken on 16 September 1942 by film operator Tovi Nusiainen. And you can see Major Turner and Anna Keristes Fischer. And here I had to conduct some research. So I would be sure what woman she is. That is Anna Keristes Fischer, the second wife of the internal minister of Hungary, Ferenc Ernst Fischer. He was at the head of the Unified Women's Camp. That is a union of women's organization in Hungary. A group of representatives came to Finland, including Viborg. And one of the items of the program was visiting the military administration, where Anna just touches the head of Peter the Great. So the image of Peter the Great was actively used in the Finnish press propaganda, embodying the historical fundamentals of the foreign policy of Russia and the Soviet Union. In the most propaganda interpretation, the figure of Peter the Great didn't lose its power and identity. Thank you. I will have a remark. Recently, I studied the image. I studied the establishment of Peter the Great in 1510, and I had a more Swedish language information from the Swedish community, and the use of the Western and Eastern image when it is good is a long-term tradition, and the Swedish authors also used this tradition. Questions, please, colleagues from Petrozavodsk. There are no questions. Then I would like to thank you, and I will invite Alexander Mikhailovich Bashkov to sum up the results of the conference. Probably I'm not going to sum up the results of the conference, but I will formulate my opinion about our work in the last 2 days, and any of you can also formulate his impression about the conference. I can tell you that first, a lot of preparatory work has been accomplished. All these agendas, printing of the material, that was done by the technical services. Everything was done at a very good level. Just imagine, we had speakers from Belgium, from Sweden, from Finland, from Volgograd. I'm not speaking about Petrozavodsk. Everything was quite clear, and credit should be given to the people who were doing it. Primarily Alexei Vitalyevich, Yulia Igorevna, and other experts from the museum. As to the scientific component, during these 2 days, we have listened to 27 presentations, to say nothing of the official welcomes. 5 presentations were made by the Finnish experts, 1 presentation by Sweden, 1 by Belgium. So the total number of foreign participants was each 4th participant was a foreigner. Of course, the papers were presented at different level. As to what I was greatly impressed with, this was the Swedish presentation by Håkan Henriksson about the fate of the Russian prisoners in Sweden, how they were returned back to their motherland. So this is the information that is not known to us. Probably someone has this information, but we don't know how they were relocated to Stockholm, how they got the allowance, who was late, who wished to remain in Sweden. For instance, we are studying the question as to what happened with war prisoners during the First and the Second World War, during the Finnish War, and we can just look what happened with the Russian war prisoners, with the Swedish war prisoners during the Great Northern War. The presentation by Jussi Noke was quite interesting. He's director of the National Archive of Finland. That is one of the leading Finnish scientists by his position and by his status. The paper was dealing with one of the figures, Jakob Lanka in Sweden in that period, as to his role as an oppositioner, so that the king's power will be restricted. And that was, so to say, the formation or restriction of the monarchy. It was shown that it is quite beneficial, and all the countries passed through that period. A very interesting presentation was made by Kimmo Kataila. Kimmo Kataila is a well-known historian. He is from Joensuu. He has a lot of monographs, and he is not a Finnish historian level. He is a historian of the European level. Once he was at the head of the Nordic Society of Historians, and he is well recognized not only in Finland but in other Nordic European states. The idea of the border, how the Russian-Swedish border started to be perceived as a border, not only between 2 states but between 2 worlds. And it was interesting to listen to the young Finnish researchers, Annie Milgore, as to how the idea of Northern Karelia formed due to that war. He was a postgraduate student, Gaspar Kelso, discussed the merchant from Nien. Of course, they conquered Noteburg and Nystad, but how many people lived in Nynäshamn? What were they doing afterwards? It appeared that they started to revive their activity, their entrepreneurial activity in Lappeenranta and elsewhere. And a very interesting presentation by Markus Lepala about the ovens in which the Russian sailors were baking bread. We know a lot about Northern War. We know about military activities, losses, but we don't know how bread was baked. So that is another feature which we come to know now, and how they They know each stone and they investigate each stone and record each stone. So there are dozens of ovens, and further they are going to investigate them, and probably they don't know some of our relatives. He said that we cannot say what was the principle of making this stone, who was baking bread. We discussed it with our colleague. Of course, the Russian soldiers formed such teams, either on the basis of community or 1 year of becoming conscripts, and they were baking bread together, and they decided solve their problem together. I think that was the way. And of course, we have to note our Russian speakers as well. First, I can mention Sergei Alexandrovich Ivanyuk from Volgograd. There were Swedish prisoners in Astrakhan, which we don't know, and they were killed about 200 persons in the uprising in Astrakhan. The Swedes sent them back to saltpeter factories, and there was an uprising in Astrakhan, and it appeared that they were just assassinating everyone. And the presentation by Alexander Nikolaevich Staritsyn. He is a very careful and detailed person. He works in the Moscow archives, and he analyzed how General Matushkin was traveling along the border. He recorded the distance between the populated settlements to the border and to the to the White Sea. He also had the maps. Very interesting presentations were on the stones. There were 3 presentations on border stones, and they have found these stones because several years ago it was decided that there is a Grashov stone and the rest were not known to anyone. And it appears that they are known, and they have found stones in Landepok, in Karelin Isthmus, in Sartavala, and in Karelin Isthmus there are a lot of stones. It was very pleasant to look at the border sign on the logo of our conference. This is absolutely unknown material, which makes it possible to better understand it technically. Peace was concluded, border was drawn, and on land how it was done. Of course, I cannot praise people who live in my town, but I liked the presentation by Natalia Urvantseva, because now in the historical science there is a trend that we should not only study in detail what and when happened, but we have to study how it was afterwards perceived in different epochs, and the questions of historical memory, how it was perceived. How a certain event was perceived, a certain historical actor was perceived at different time, how he or she is perceived now. It is quite good. I think for me that was a fresh presentation because I have too much information about Northern War and Peter, how Peter is perceived, for instance, here at Soup and so on. This is quite interesting. I think it can be even used as an experience. Peter's days, Peter's festivals, and so on. And to continue the same theme, the presentation by Yulia Igorevna Mashnik, we don't know it at all. It appeared that Peter the Great was a rather positive figure among the Finns, not always negative, though in the Northern War they called Suriviha, or Isaviha, great hatred or great hostility, because the Russian troops in their territory behaved horribly, and in the Finnish territory they can do anything they wanted, and the poor Finns were captured as prisoners, and the officers sent them to the villages as the serfs. And I'm not going to tell you anything about the fate of the Finnish women. And the image of Peter the Great was not so negative, but I think that in the last 300 years they have been hating him, but it appears that there was even a positive assessment of Peter the Great. And that is also important. We have to understand it. We can look not only at what we're thinking, what they think about us, about our heroes, about our history. And the international conference is useful in that respect. We not only exchange the opinions as to what we know, what we think, what we regard, but we want to see what they think, because they have their own developments and notions. And just the presentations were quite good in general, though I have to add that there were several presentations that were rather weak. That was the repetition of tourist guides or some popular works. But on the other hand, in any compilative paper, there are certain issues that probably we don't know, but someone else would know. And we have to take that into account. Scientific paper primarily means new knowledge, what you know and what information you'd want to give to the people who surround you. And another issue, of course, we'll try to publish everything that we have listened to, and we cannot say for sure that there will be a publication, but I think that it will be possible by the new year, and Alexei Petrovich will tell you in greater detail about it. And if there is a publication, we have to present it at the European level, so all the participants have to submit the text. The editorial board has the right to reject the text or to edit radically, to remove everything that is not needed. You have to be prepared for that. And besides, the texts, if the author is writing in Russian, the abstract should be in English, not 10 lines, but at least half a page. There should be the keywords so that you will be able to find it using the search instruments. So we'll try to publish the book so that it will be illustrated, because I was just looking at all the presentations. There were a lot of illustrations, and generally, I don't think that these are the lost days. These are the days when I got a lot of knowledge, and when I come back to deliver my lectures, soon I will study lecturing on the Peter's epoch, and I will use the latest information that I have received here in Viborg. Thank you very much for participation. It was very interesting. We are going to have a conference in Petrozavodsk. We have our own specificity. It will be called Tangible and Intangible Heritage of Peter the Great's Epoch in the Russian North. So if you have any ideas, you are welcome. Thank you.
Well, I would possibly now make final remarks. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers. We have been in touch with all the speakers since March this year. We have distributed our invitations to various researchers in Finland, Sweden, and Russia. I want to thank all the audience and the organizers of this event, all the technical personnel of the museum. I'd like to give special thanks to our simultaneous interpreters. I know that they are people possibly who have had the most challenging work during these days. And speaking about organizational provisions, I believe that even though Alexander Mikhailovich has been quite skeptical about it, I think that we will prepare the resolution of our conference while speaking to the director of our museum and the consul general, who has unfortunately already left for the consulate general, I wanted to tell you that in 2022 we are going to publish the proceedings of our conference in the normal format, and all the speakers will get all the necessary instructions by emails. So the proceedings will be published next year, and I think it's a good story because it is next year that the 300th anniversary of the demarcation of the state border will be marked. And don't forget that next year the whole of Russia will be marking the 350th anniversary of the birth of Peter the Great. And I would also like to suggest that our founders start working, I would say, on identifying the monuments that need to be protected by the state for the whole complex of monuments of material heritage related to the Treaty of Nystad and probably other treaties. And this work should not only be based on scientific knowledge but also on certain tourist sites, and I believe that our colleagues from the Committee for Tourism of the Leningrad region, I can see that Anastasia Shulzhenko is attending our meeting. Yesterday, our colleagues showed us great pictures of border stones. We have already discussed it with our contractor, he and jointly with the contractor will have a special exhibition. This is all I wanted to say. If anybody would like to make a comment or words of appreciation, you are welcome. Well, dear friends, dear colleagues, as I understood over the 2 days of this conference, I work for the museum or for the Military History Museum named after Garafilin. It's quite a new museum. We started receiving our first guests from the 1st of May 2016. And the information that I have received now from the previous speaker who spoke on the winter war and then the continuation of the war is certainly related to all the detail that I cover in my stories. I love my work. I don't want to be a layman. I want to do quality work, and what I have just heard will help me readjust what I tell the audiences about. Basically, it has been all very interesting and surprisingly interesting, and various analogies with Europe, Sweden, Finland, with the Russian Union. All of it really has been quite well done, and my special thanks to the presenter. Well, dear friends, thank you for having stayed with us for these 2 days, and we also welcome those who will watch this conference on video recordings. Our colleagues have asked you to become our subscribers on our YouTube channel. You are invited now to the castle of Viborg. We hope to be able to open the gateway to our castle, but for you they are always open. Thank you.